Hey there, story lovers. This is Vision Harry, and we're bringing you an epic adventure. What if the Sorting Hat performed deep scan on Harry and broadcast 38 Dumbledore manipulations directly into every professor's mind? Hit like, subscribe, and let's begin this journey. Chapter 1, The Hat Speaks. The Great Hall smelled like candles and nervous energy, which Harry thought was probably the most magical thing he'd encountered since the letters started coming. Not the floating flames, not the enchanted ceiling bleeding the September sky above them, not even the ghosts drifting through the walls like they had somewhere more important to be, just the particular human smell of 200 children who hadn't eaten since breakfast, pressed together on benches, terrified and trying not to show it. Harry stood in the middle of the first-year line and tried to look like he hadn't spent the last 10 minutes on the verge of asking someone what exactly they were being sorted into. Ron Weasley, who'd been his first real friend for approximately 6 hours, had described something involving live trolls. Harry suspected Ron was winding him up. He also suspected, based on the pale green tinge Ron was currently wearing, that Ron half believed it himself. The line shuffled forward. Harry shuffled with it. He'd been studying faces since the train, cataloging expressions the way he'd learned to catalog the moods of the Dursley household, reading the room, figuring out where the exits were. It was a survival skill that didn't feel like one yet. Up on the staff table, the professors sat in a long, impressive row, a woman with her hair pinned so tightly it looked structural, a tiny man whose eyebrows were more expressive than most people's faces, a massive man with a wild beard who'd appeared at the end of a row looking slightly lost. And at the center, impossible not to notice, impossible not to feel the weight of, an old man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles who was watching the first years with an expression that Harry could only describe as ownership. He filed that away without knowing why. Potter, Harry. The hall went sideways. He hadn't expected quiet. There were 400 students packed in here, but the quiet that fell when Professor McGonagall read his name was a different kind. It had texture to it. Wait. It pressed on the back of his neck as he walked forward, and he heard the whispers start immediately, rippling outward like someone had dropped a stone into still water. Harry Potter. The Harry Potter. Is that him? He's so small. Did you see the scar? Harry sat on the stool. Professor McGonagall, whose face did the thing a door does when it locks from the inside, lowered the hat toward his head, and Harry's last coherent thought before it dropped over his eyes was, "This is either brilliant or deeply unsanitary." Then the hat touched his scar. The world didn't go dark. It went deep. It was like falling through water that had thoughts in it. Harry felt himself still sitting on the stool, he could feel the wood under him, could hear the distant murmur of the hall, but something vast and old and shockingly awake had just pressed its attention against the inside of his skull, and whatever it found there made it go very, very still. "Oh," the hat said. And there was nothing of the theatrical riddling voice it had used with the other students. This was quiet. This was the voice of something that had just found a live wire in the wall. Oh, boy. Harry thought, what? The hat didn't answer immediately. Harry had the distinct impression of pages turning, thousands of them, faster than should be possible, and then a sound he couldn't quite name. It wasn't anger, exactly. It was the sound a very old, very patient thing makes when it runs out of patience all at once. "Child," the hat said, "I need you to hold very still." "Why?" "Because what I'm looking at should not exist, and I need to be absolutely certain before I do what I'm about to do." Harry's pulse kicked. "What are you about to do?" "My job," the hat said simply. "For the first time in a very long time, my actual job." He felt it then, not painful, but enormous. Like something that had been compressed under his ribs for 11 years was being read at full volume. He felt the hat move through him the way he imagined a library card catalog moving through itself, systematic, relentless, not unkind. It found the lightning bolt scar and lingered there, and whatever it found made the temperature in Harry's head drop 10 degrees. It found the cupboard under the stairs. It found every Dudley birthday, every locked door, every meal he'd watched through the kitchen window while his stomach folded in on itself. It found the letters, dozens of them, written and redirected and never delivered, or delivered too late, or surrounded by just enough chaos to ensure Harry was never truly alone with one long enough to think. It found the money, the Potter vaults, the trust fund, the investments, that had been administered through Dumbledore-appointed trustees without Harry's knowledge or consent. It found the enchantments on the Dursley house, not just the blood wards but the other ones, the subtle ones, the ones that took a very specific kind of magic to place and a very specific kind of agenda to want. The hat went deeper. It found the prophecy, filed and annotated. It found the decision, made when Harry was 15 months old, ratified by a man with twinkly eyes and a chess player's brain, that Harry Potter would be most useful as a martyr if he was first shaped as a sacrifice. It found the Horcrux, dark and nested behind his scar like a splinter too deep to see, and it found the knowledge of the Horcrux, not the accident of it, but the calculation that a boy who didn't know he carried a piece of Voldemort was a boy who could be walked to his death at the right moment without resistance. It found 38 discrete, deliberate acts. Some small. Some enormous. All of them pointed in the same direction. Harry, the hat said, and its voice had changed into something very careful and very serious, I am going to broadcast what I've found to every professor in this hall. They will all receive it simultaneously. I want you to know that before I do it. Harry thought about this for exactly 3 seconds. He thought about the old man at the center of the staff table with the ownership expression. He thought about the cupboard. He thought about 11 years of wait until you're older, Harry, wait until you're ready, Harry, wait, wait, wait. Do it, he said. The hat did it. There was no sound for 1 full second. That was the strangest part, not the gasps that came after, not the crack of Pomona Sprout's chair being pushed back so fast it fell, not the sound of Phileas Flitwick's wine goblet hitting the stone floor, but that single second of absolute, church-like silence, in which every professor at the staff table received, simultaneously, 11 years of Harry Potter's life compressed into a single devastating transmission. McGonagall's quill snapped in her hand. She didn't notice. She was staring at Harry on the stool, small, scarred, wearing clothes 3 sizes too large, and her face had done something it almost never did in public. It had come completely undone. Flitwick had both hands pressed flat against the table, and his eyes were very bright and very still, the eyes of a man performing emergency internal mathematics. Pomona Sprout had both hands over her mouth. Her shoulders were shaking. At the end of the table, Quirinus Quirrell had gone the color of old paper. And at the center, Albus Dumbledore sat perfectly still, his hands folded on the table in front of him, his expression utterly unreadable. Only his eyes moved. They found Harry. They stayed there. Harry, who still had the hat on his head, stared back. The hat, into the silence, said clearly and loudly, out loud this time, projected into the great hall so that every student in the room heard every word, there are those who believe a sorting hat sees only potential. They are correct. This one has seen potential, potential crushed, rerouted, and weaponized for purposes the child sitting before me never consented to. He belongs in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. A pause that lasted just long enough to be pointed. He always did. The silence broke. The Gryffindor table erupted, though half of them weren't cheering so much as reacting, confused by the hat's speech, by the stricken faces of their professors, by the electric wrongness hanging over the great hall like a storm that had already started. Harry pulled the hat from his head, handed it back to Professor McGonagall by reflex, and then stopped. McGonagall wasn't moving. She was looking at him with an expression he'd never seen directed at himself, had barely seen directed at anyone. It was the expression of someone who had just been shown something they couldn't unknow, couldn't file away, couldn't fold into composure. Her jaw was set. Her eyes were wet. Her knuckles, still wrapped around the broken quill, had gone white. "Professor?" Harry said. She blinked. Then she did something remarkable. She reached out and put one hand briefly, firmly, on his shoulder, just for a second, just the weight of it, and said, in a voice that was careful and controlled and not quite steady, "Gryffindor, Mr. Potter. Third seat in from the left. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table. He sat down. He did not look at the center of the staff table. The rest of the sorting happened. Harry couldn't have told you who went to what house. He was dimly aware of Hermione Granger landing at Gryffindor and looking simultaneously thrilled and confused, of Ron arriving red-faced and sitting beside him with the energy of someone who needed to say something and couldn't find the words. Around them, the first-year conversation had fractured. Some students were buzzing about Harry Potter in the normal way, but older students, Gryffindors who'd seen McGonagall's face, Ravenclaws who'd watched Flitwick press his hands flat, Hufflepuffs who'd seen Sprout fold, kept glancing toward the staff table with expressions ranging from confused to quietly alarmed. The food appeared. Harry ate because his body required it and he wasn't sure how long it would be before he got another chance. He'd learned that at Privet Drive. What was that? Ron finally said, through a mouthful of chicken. With the hat. It's never done that before. My mum said it just told her what house she was in, it didn't make a whole speech. I don't know, Harry said, which was technically true. McGonagall looked like someone died. I noticed. Flitwick knocked over his goblet and just left it. Sprout looked like she was going to. Ron paused, reconsidering. Are you in trouble? Harry thought about 38 deliberate acts. He thought about the Horcrux behind his scar, the existence of which he'd known about for approximately 8 minutes. He thought about the chess player at the center of the staff table, whose eyes had found Harry's and stayed there with an expression that was, underneath all the grandfatherly warmth, something much colder and more calculating. I don't think I'm the one in trouble, Harry said. Hermione Granger, who had apparently been listening from 3 seats down, leaned forward. The hat speech was historically unprecedented, she said, in the tone of someone who had read Hogwarts, a history twice and was using it as emotional armor. In 900 years of sorting records, it has never broadcast information about a student's circumstances. It's designed to sort, not to announce. She looked at Harry with an expression he recognized, the look of someone who had just encountered a problem they hadn't been able to prepare for. What did it find? Harry met her eyes. She was sharp, this girl. He already knew that. I'm not sure yet, he said. But I think we're going to find out. The feast ended. The prefect stood and called the first years to follow, and Percy Weasley, Ron's brother, apparently, and a prefect of some confidence, led them through a portrait hole into the Gryffindor common room with the air of a man narrating a very important tour. Harry followed, nodded at the right moments, absorbed the layout of the room, found the staircases. But he was watching the portrait hole. McGonagall had not come to the feast's end. She had left the staff table approximately 20 minutes into dinner, leaning close to Flitwick first. Harry had watched her lips move, and Flitwick had nodded with his jaw tight, and then she'd walked out through a side door with the focused stride of someone who had made a decision and was implementing it. Dumbledore had watched her go. His expression had not changed. Harry changed into pajamas that were Dudley's cast-offs and therefore enormous, climbed into a bed that was the most comfortable thing he'd slept in living memory, and lay with his eyes open while the sounds of the dormitory settled around him, Ron's immediate, confident snoring, Neville Longbottom's quiet rustling, and thought carefully about what he knew. He knew, from the hat, that he had a trust vault at Gringotts that had been managed without his input. He knew the blood wards on Privet Drive were real, but that they were not the only enchantments on the house. He knew there was something dark inside him, wrapped around something it shouldn't be touching, and that Dumbledore knew it was there. He knew that the defeat of Voldemort 11 years ago had involved not just his mother's love but a specific chain of events, and that several of those events had been arranged. He knew 38 things about his life that had been decided for him by someone who believed they knew better. He was 11 years old. He had been in the magical world for approximately 36 hours. And he was not, he decided, going to pretend he didn't know what he knew. The common room was empty when Harry came back down at midnight. The fire had burned low, painting everything amber, and the portraits on the walls slept in their frames with the self-satisfied expressions of painted people who didn't have to worry about anything. He sat in the chair closest to the fire and thought. He was good at thinking in quiet. He'd had a lot of practice, 11 years of it, mostly in a cupboard, and you either learned to live inside your own head or you lost your mind. He'd learned. He'd built interior architecture out of observation and inference and the kind of careful logic that people didn't expect from a boy who wore oversized jumpers and had never been to a proper school. He thought about the sorting hat. It was ancient, and it was smart, and it had made a deliberate choice tonight. It could have whispered what it found only to him. Instead it had broadcast it to every professor simultaneously and announced it to the whole hall. That was a choice. A strategy. The hat had decided that information in one person's hands was a secret. Information in 12 professors' hands simultaneously was a fact. Harry appreciated that. He thought about McGonagall's face. He'd studied faces his whole life, and hers had done something specific when she felt the broadcast, not just shock, not just grief, but the particular look of someone experiencing the retrospective horror of every moment they didn't look closely enough. She'd known things were wrong, Harry suspected. She'd just trusted that someone she respected had good reasons. He thought about Dumbledore. Steady at the center of the staff table. Watching. Recalculating. That's the one to watch, Harry thought. Not because Dumbledore was a villain in the simple sense, the hat had given him enough to understand that Dumbledore genuinely believed in what he was doing. That was worse, actually. Simple villains made simple mistakes. Complicated ones were patient. Harry was patient too. The portrait hole swung open. He went very still, but didn't move. There was no point pretending he hadn't been here, the fire would have given him away. But it wasn't a student. It was Professor McGonagall. She was still in her teaching robes, which told Harry she hadn't been to bed. She was carrying a folder of parchment under one arm and a cup of tea that steamed with the specific intent of someone who needed to be awake for several more hours. She stopped when she saw him. For a moment they simply looked at each other. "You should be asleep, Mr. Potter," she said. "So should you, Professor." Her mouth compressed. Then, to his considerable surprise, the corner of it moved in a way that wasn't quite a smile but was adjacent to one. She crossed the room and sat in the chair across from him, set her parchment on the side table, and wrapped both hands around her cup. "You're not frightened," she said. "Of what?" "Of what the hat revealed. Of what happens next." She studied him. "You understand what it said, what it transmitted?" "Most of it," Harry said. "Some of the older ones I couldn't put in context. I've only known about the magical world for about 36 hours. 38, she said, very quietly, and it took him a moment to realize she meant the acts, not the hours. Her eyes closed briefly. 38 discrete acts. Documented. Dated. You got all of them? All of us did. Simultaneously. She opened her eyes. That was the point, I believe. The hat ensured none of us could claim we received incomplete information. We all have the same picture. Harry watched her. And what are you going to do with it? McGonagall looked at him for a long moment. He could see her deciding something, deciding how much to say to an 11-year-old, how much to explain, how much to trust. He waited, because he was good at waiting, and because the answer mattered. I've already written 3 letters, she said. One to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, requesting an independent audit of the Potter estate accounts. One to the Board of Governors, notifying them that circumstances have come to light that require formal investigation under Section 7 of the Hogwarts Charter. She paused. And one to Amelia Bones at the DMLE, marked personal and private, describing what happened tonight. Harry was quiet for a moment. You did all that tonight? It is now morning, she said. I have been sitting in my office since 10 o'clock. She looked at her tea. I should have, she stopped. Restarted. I noticed things, over the years. Letters that didn't reach you, I queried Dumbledore about the address. He said it was a precaution against detention. The clothes you were wearing on the train, I told myself the Muggles simply hadn't known. The scar. She set her cup down with precision. I should have looked more closely. You trusted someone you'd worked with for 40 years, Harry said. That makes sense. She looked at him sharply, as if she hadn't expected that from him, that lack of accusation. I'm not saying it was right, Harry added. I'm saying I understand why. Something shifted in her face. Not softening, exactly, he didn't think McGonagall softened. Sharpening, maybe. Sharpening toward him in a way that felt like focus. You are an unusual child, she said. I grew up in a cupboard, he said. You develop perspective. McGonagall flinched. It was tiny, but he caught it. The hat showed us that specifically, she said. The spatial dimensions, the duration, she stopped. Composed herself with visible effort. Mr. Potter. Harry. I want to be clear about something. All right. What the hat revealed tonight changes the operational structure of your situation at Hogwarts significantly. There are professors in this school who are now asking questions they have never asked before. There are investigations being opened. There are decisions about your education, your safety, and your legal standing that are going to be revisited. She met his eyes directly, no softening, no condescension. That process will take time. It will not be comfortable. There are people who will attempt to manage the narrative, to explain what the hat revealed as misinterpretation, or miscontextualization, or as an artifact of your own trauma shaping the transmission. Dumbledore will say that, Harry said. Yes, she said simply. He will. And you'll be arguing against someone you've trusted for 40 years, using evidence from a hat. Evidence from a 900-year-old magical artifact specifically designed to assess the deepest truth of the minds it encounters, she corrected, and there was a flash of something fierce in her voice. The Sorting Hat does not misread. It does not color its readings with sentiment. Whatever it found in you tonight was real. Harry nodded. I know it was real. Then I need to ask you something directly. She leaned forward slightly. The hat found something else. Something inside you, near the scar. Do you understand what I'm referring to? He'd known this was coming. He'd been waiting for it since he sat down. It said Voldemort's soul, he said, keeping his voice flat. A piece of it. Anchored to me when he tried to kill me. McGonagall went very still. Yes. Which means killing Voldemort kills me. Or it was supposed to. Her jaw tightened. That was the implication in what the hat transmitted, yes. That Dumbledore became aware of this possibility, not as certainty, but as significant probability, approximately 3 years after he placed you with the Dursleys. And kept me there anyway. Yes. Harry sat with that. The fire popped. Outside, the September night pressed against the windows of the castle and the stars hung over the Black Lake as though nothing had happened. The thing is, Harry said finally, I'm not dead yet. McGonagall blinked. I've been alive for 11 years carrying it, he continued, and I didn't know about it, and I'm still here. So either it's not as simple as the hat suggested, or there's a way out that nobody's found yet because nobody's been looking for one. Because nobody was supposed to know about it. McGonagall was staring at him. I'm going to find it, Harry said. Whatever it is. The answer's here, probably. This is the most complete magical library in Britain, isn't it? And now I know what I'm looking for instead of walking around not knowing the question. He looked at her steadily. I'd appreciate help with that. He watched her absorb this. Watched her shift the categories she'd put him in, a boy who needed protection, a victim who needed rescue, and reconfigure them around something she hadn't expected to find. You are going to cause a significant amount of institutional difficulty, she said finally. Yes, Professor. Good, she said, and her voice was quiet and absolutely iron. So am I. She stood, gathered her parchment. Paused. I've arranged for your class schedule to include an additional free period on Tuesday and Thursday afternoons, she said, in the tone she used when she had done something decisive and was reporting the outcome. You'll find it listed as independent study. It will not be independent. She looked at him. Those periods will be used for supplementary education in areas that should have been addressed before you arrived at Hogwarts. Legal knowledge. Financial literacy. Magical theory your peers received in the home. Areas in which you have been deliberately kept uninformed. Harry felt something strange and warm and slightly too large for his chest. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me. 11 years ago I told Albus it was wrong to leave you there. He patted my hand, she said, and told me to trust him. Her voice was measured, precise, and absolutely cold. I will not be making that mistake again. She left through the portrait hole. Harry watched her go. Then he sat back in the chair and looked at the fire, and for the first time in his life, he felt something that wasn't quite hope yet but was standing in the same room as it. At 6:30 in the morning, before the other first years had stirred, Harry dressed and went down to the common room. On the table by the fireplace, someone had left a book. It had no note with it. The title was Magical Law and the Rights of Minor Witches and Wizards, a Comprehensive Guide, 3rd edition. He picked it up. Opened it to the first page. Inside the front cover, in a precise, angular handwriting that he already recognized, were 4 words, "Knowledge is the beginning." He tucked it under his arm and went to find breakfast, and behind the scar on his forehead, the piece of someone else's soul pressed against the walls of its container, and he thought, quietly and clearly, I'm coming for you. But I'm doing it on my terms. In the headmaster's office 5 floors above, the enchanted portraits that lined the walls were very carefully not making eye contact with the man at the desk, because the man at the desk was writing letters in his precise, deliberate hand, and every portrait knew that expression, and every portrait knew that when Albus Dumbledore got that look, the board was being reset. What they had not seen before, what would take each of them several hours to fully process, was that this time, the boy on the other side of the board already knew how to play. Chapter 2, The Morning After the Owls Came at Dawn. Harry watched them from the end of the Gryffindor table, the legal guide open beside his untouched toast, as the post arrived in the usual organized chaos of wings and dropped letters. He'd woken at 5, read for an hour, and come down before the hall filled because he wanted to watch the staff table without an audience watching him watch it. 3 owls went to McGonagall in quick succession. She opened each one standing up, read it in seconds, and set it face down on the table with the focused economy of someone processing intelligence reports. Flitwick received 2. Sprout received 1, read it, and looked across the hall at Harry with an expression that was equal parts horrified and determined. He gave her a small nod, which seemed to startle her. Dumbledore received nothing. That was interesting. Not because nobody had written to him. Harry was fairly certain McGonagall's letters from last night had already generated responses, and those responses had apparently gone to the people who sent them rather than to the man they concerned. That was a choice. That was someone, multiple someones, making the deliberate decision not to loop Dumbledore in. Harry ate his toast and filed that away. You're up early. Hermione dropped into the seat across from him with the air of someone who had also been awake at an unreasonable hour but was less comfortable admitting it. She had a stack of books under one arm, a schedule in her hand, and the bright-eyed look of someone who found their anxiety most manageable when converted directly into preparation. Couldn't sleep, Harry said, which was true enough. She glanced at the book beside his plate. Read the title. Looked at him with an expression that recalibrated quickly, filing him under a different category. He could see it happen. That's not on the first-year reading list, she said. No. I read it over the summer. Chapter 7 has a significant gap. The section on trust administration for orphaned magical minors cross-references the Wisingamot Charter of 1692 but doesn't actually quote the relevant passages. She paused. I have notes, if you want them. Harry studied her. She'd said it carefully, like she wasn't sure how it would land, like she was offering something she couldn't quite name. "Yeah," he said. "I'd like that." She sat down properly, set her books on the table, and pulled out a roll of parchment covered in dense, color-coded annotations. Harry looked at it and thought that Hermione Granger was either going to be an extraordinary ally or an extraordinary headache, and possibly both at the same time. "The Hat's speech last night," she said, keeping her voice low. She glanced along the table. A few older students were drifting in, none close enough to hear. "It wasn't random, was it?" "No," Harry said. "It found something specific." She wasn't asking. "Several things specific." She nodded, processing. "The professors. Their faces. All receiving the same information at the same time," Harry said. "That was deliberate. The Hat made a choice." Hermione looked toward the staff table, where McGonagall was now in quiet, intense conversation with Flitwick, both of them leaning close over something on parchment. "They've been up all night," she said softly. "Most of them." "And Dumbledore," she stopped. Glanced at the headmaster, who was eating his breakfast with serene calm, speaking to no one, his expression the particular variety of undisturbed that required active maintenance. "He doesn't look worried." "He wouldn't," Harry said. "That would mean acknowledging there was something to worry about." Hermione turned back to Harry, and there was a sharpness in her eyes that hadn't been there 30 seconds ago. "How much do you know about what the Hat transmitted?" "Enough," Harry said. "About yourself specifically." He met her eyes. She held the look steadily, which told him something. She wasn't asking out of nosiness, she was asking the way she approached every problem, like someone who needed the full picture before she could start building solutions. "Enough to know I've got a lot of ground to make up," he said. 11 years' worth. "Then you'll need help," she said simply, in the same tone she might use to say the sky is blue, or fire is hot. Not an offer of charity. A statement of mathematics. "Probably," Harry said. "Right." She smoothed her parchment. "Then let's start with Chapter 7. The corridors between breakfast and first class were a particular kind of controlled mayhem, and Harry moved through them with his new internal map of the castle still assembling itself, tagging useful details, staircase that moved at 1:15, shortcut through the tapestry on the 3rd floor, the particular traffic pattern around the Charms corridor that created a bottleneck near the 2nd pillar. He was thinking about the Horcrux. The Hat had given him the word and the concept simultaneously, slotting in the definition like it had decided he needed to understand what he was carrying rather than simply that he was carrying something. He appreciated that too. Horcrux, a vessel for a fragment of a soul, created by the act of murder, anchored in an object or, in extreme cases, a living host. The information sat in his chest like a stone that had been there so long he'd stopped feeling its weight, except now he knew what the weight was, and knowing made it heavier and lighter at the same time. Heavier because it was real. Lighter because it had a name. Things with names could be researched. Things that could be researched could be solved. He rounded the corner toward Transfiguration and almost walked into Neville Longbottom, who was staring at his schedule with the expression of a man facing a firing squad. "Transfiguration first," Neville said miserably. "McGonagall. Is she bad?" Harry asked. "My gran says she's brilliant but terrifying." Neville looked up. His round face was earnest in the way of someone who said what he meant without decorative additions. "Are you all right? After last night, I mean. With the Hat." Harry looked at him. Neville had the quality of someone who'd also learned to read rooms, a quieter version of it, more defensive. He'd watched Neville at the feast, noticed the way he made himself small when the older students talked past him. "I'm fine," Harry said. "Are you?" Neville blinked, like the question had come from an unexpected direction. "Oh. Yeah. The Hat took ages with me too, but it was deciding between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Nothing like." He trailed off. "It really saw something bad, didn't it?" The hat. Yes, Harry said. In you? About me. There's a difference. Neville seemed to think about that. Then he nodded, slow and serious. I'm glad it said something then. Harry found he didn't have a ready response to that, which was unusual. He filed the feeling away, the specific warmth of someone saying I'm glad someone spoke up for you without performance, without wanting anything back from it. Come on, he said. Let's go see if McGonagall is actually terrifying. She was. Not in the way Neville's gran had meant, not the shouting, finger-pointing terror of teachers Harry had grown up around. McGonagall's version was the terror of absolute precision, the sense that she could see exactly what you were doing wrong and was choosing, deliberately, whether to say so. She walked into the Transfiguration classroom and the noise level dropped on its own, like someone had turned a dial. She turned a desk into a pig. The pig looked mildly offended. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone who disrupts my class will leave and not return. Any questions? Nobody had questions. She moved through the lesson with the efficiency of someone who had delivered it 80 times and still found it interesting, and Harry watched her simultaneously teach and not teach, the part of her attention that was on the classroom and the part that was somewhere else entirely, behind her eyes, working on something. Twice she caught him watching her, and twice she didn't comment, which he took as acknowledgement of the mutual awareness. He managed the match-to-needle transfiguration on his third try. He didn't show off about it, just set it quietly on the desk and went back to the theory notes, because doing it again wouldn't teach him anything new and drawing attention to his speed would only make people watch him more closely. Hermione did it on her second try and couldn't quite suppress her expression. After class, as the students filed out, McGonagall said, "Potter." A moment. The room emptied. Hermione shot Harry a look over her shoulder that managed to be simultaneously curious and supportive, which was impressive. McGonagall closed the classroom door. She stood with her hands clasped behind her, and Harry stood in front of her desk, and the morning light came through the high windows and made everything sharp and clear. 3 things, she said. First, the letters I sent last night have received responses. The DMLE audit of the Potter estate has been accepted. You'll need to sign documentation as the account holder of record. I can arrange for a Gringotts representative to attend the meeting so the process is legally sound. She held his gaze. The audit will likely reveal significant irregularities. All right, Harry said. Second, I've spoken this morning with Madame Pomfrey. She would like to perform a complete health assessment. Not a standard student intake exam. McGonagall's jaw was tight. A comprehensive assessment. The kind that documents everything. Harry understood what she wasn't saying. Documentation. Official, Madame Pomfrey signed, filed with St. Mungo's documentation of 11 years of deprivation. The kind that couldn't be explained away. I'll do that, he said. This afternoon, if possible. She has a free period at 3. Fine. Third. McGonagall paused. This was the one that cost her something to say, he could see it. Dumbledore has requested a meeting with you. This morning. He sent the request to me at 7 o'clock, which is both his right as headmaster and, she stopped. A pressure play, Harry said. Her eyes sharpened. Yes. He wants to talk to me before anyone else does. Before I understand my full situation. Yes. What did you say? I told him your schedule had been arranged and the morning was committed. Her voice was perfectly even. Which is true. Transfiguration was first. Charms is next. The rest of today is your time. She met his eyes. The meeting has not been declined. It has been deferred. You are not required to attend any meeting with the headmaster without a trusted adult present, under Section 12 of the Hogwarts Student Charter. Harry nodded. Section 12, he said. I'll look that up. I've marked the relevant page, she said, and slid a sheet of parchment across the desk. Harry picked it up. It was dense with her precise annotations. "Professor," he said. "Yes. Are you all right?" She blinked. It was the second time in 12 hours he'd asked her that, and both times it seemed to land in a place she hadn't prepared a defense for. "I am managing," she said, and there was something very human in how she said it, not performance, not composure, but the honest, stripped-down truth of someone who was maintaining function through sheer will. "I have 37 years of professional service here, and 20 years before that of trusting the person at the top of it. That is not a comfortable thing to reassess in a single night." "No," Harry agreed. "But you're doing it anyway." "Yes," she said simply. "I am." Harry picked up his bag. "Then so am I." Charms was in a tower classroom with high vaulted ceilings and windows that faced the lake, and Professor Flitwick taught with the barely contained joy of someone who genuinely loved what he taught and had never stopped finding it astonishing. He was perched on a stack of books behind his desk when the first years filed in, and his eyes found Harry immediately. They held the look for a moment, Flitwick's, complicated and warm and carrying the weight of what the hat had given him, and then Flitwick nodded once, briskly, and launched into the lesson with the energy of a small explosion. "Wand movements and incantations both matter, but the true mechanism of a charm is intent," he announced, pacing the front of the room with an energy that made his stack of books vibrate sympathetically. "The wand channels, the words focus, the intent drives. Always remember, a perfect incantation with hollow intent produces a hollow charm." He demonstrated Wingardium Leviosa with a feather, and the feather didn't so much levitate as soar, spinning slightly in the air as though pleased to be there. The swish and flick, "Please, partners." Ron appeared at Harry's elbow, looking relieved to have something concrete to do. "My brother said this one's easy," he said, picking up his wand. "George made a feather hit someone in the face third year. Intentionally." "Encouraging," Harry said. "Wingardium Leviosa," Hermione announced from behind them, enunciating with the precision of someone who'd been practicing in her mirror. Her feather rose smoothly into the air. Ron's feather sat motionless and then, after a moment of Ron's increasing frustration, caught fire slightly. "You're strangling it," Harry told him. "Loose grip on the flick." Ron looked down at his white-knuckled grip. "Right," he said, and adjusted, and the next attempt produced actual levitation, the feather bobbing unevenly but definitely airborne. Harry's first attempt produced a feather that lifted, stabilized, rotated once in a slow circle, and then hung there as though waiting for further instructions. Flitwick appeared beside him so fast it was slightly uncanny. "Ah," he said, in a voice pitched for Harry alone. "Good. Very good." He watched the feather. "You've got a quiet kind of control, not forcing it. That's unusual in 11-year-olds. He paused. "Stop in after class, if you would." Harry set the feather down. "Of course, Professor." After class, after Ron and Hermione and Neville had filed out into the corridor, Flitwick hopped down from his book stack and regarded Harry with open, serious eyes that were nothing like his teaching face. "I want to be direct with you," Flitwick said. "Please," Harry said. "What the hat transmitted last night, I received it completely. Every point. Every date." His voice was precise and careful, the way it had been in class, but stripped of warmth now, not cold, but focused. "I have been a professor here for 34 years. I have been a dueling champion. I have had students pass through these halls whose futures were shaped by choices made above their heads, and I have always trusted that those choices were made wisely." He looked at Harry steadily. "I will not bore you with expressions of regret about that. What I want to tell you is practical." "All right," Harry said. "You are, if the hat's transmission was accurate, and it was, operating with significant deficits in core magical theory. Not intelligence. Theory. There are things you should have learned at home, from family, from basic introduction to our world, that you simply haven't had. Charm theory, wand history, the logic of magical interaction, these aren't decoration, Mr. Potter. They are the structural grammar of everything you'll learn here. Flitwick hopped back up on his books and looked at Harry eye to eye. I am telling you this because you clearly have exceptional raw aptitude, and raw aptitude without structural understanding is like a river without banks. You can see the power. Without the structure, it goes everywhere. Harry nodded. You're saying my ceiling is higher if I do the foundational work. I'm saying your ceiling is extraordinary either way, Flitwick said, and his voice was flat with certainty. But yes. The work is worth doing. McGonagall's giving me supplementary periods. I know. I've been in contact with Minerva since 5 this morning. Flitwick picked up a small book from his desk and held it out. The Invisible Architecture, a primer on charm logic. Read chapters 1 through 4 before Thursday. We'll start then. Harry took the book. Professor Flitwick. Yes. The transmission, all the professors received it. But not all of them will act on it the same way. Which of them will? He chose the word carefully. Which of them will be active? Flitwick studied him for a moment. Sprout has already written to 3 people. Sinistra came to my office at midnight and didn't leave until 4 in the morning. Madame Pomfrey is, I believe, in a state of sustained fury that she is converting into paperwork. A brief, tight smile. And Minerva, as you may have noticed, is building something. Dumbledore will push back. He will. He is very good at it. Flitwick's expression was complicated, not without affection, but not soft either. The expression of someone who had admired a person for a long time and was now performing an unavoidable reassessment. He has 40 years of trust in this institution and a genuine belief that he is right. Those are powerful things. But he doesn't have the hat's documentation, Harry said. He doesn't have 38 points that every professor in the building received at once. No, Flitwick said. He does not. A pause. He has charm and history and the weight of his office. You have evidence and, from what I could tell this morning, Minerva McGonagall in a state of cold fury. He tilted his head. I would not bet against Minerva McGonagall in a state of cold fury. Neither would I, Harry said. He walked out into the corridor with 2 books and a clearer picture of the board than he'd had that morning, and he thought, the hat gave me the information. McGonagall and Flitwick are building the structure. My job right now is to become someone worth building around. He went to find lunch, and after lunch he went to the library, and he read until 3 o'clock. Madame Pomfrey's hospital wing was white and clean and smelled of potions and laundered cotton, and the matron herself was a compact, brisk woman whose warmth was entirely expressed through competence. She had prepared the examination area before Harry arrived, had a diagnostic screen already stretched across the bed, and met him at the door with the focused energy of someone who had been waiting for him since 6 in the morning. Mr. Potter. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the assessment, he said. She looked at him for just a second, absorbing, recalibrating, and then gestured him to the prepared bed. This will take about an hour. Some of the diagnostic spells will feel a bit strange, pressure sensations, mostly, nothing painful. If anything becomes uncomfortable, you tell me immediately. All right. And I want you to understand, she said, drawing her wand, that everything I find today will be documented and filed. Officially. The documentation will be held in the medical records vault at St. Mungo's under your name and under my name. It cannot be altered or expunged without both our consents. She met his eyes. Do you understand what I mean by that? You're making it official, Harry said. Something that exists on record independent of Hogwarts. Yes. Her voice was steady. Is that all right with you? Very much yes, he said. She worked methodically, casting diagnostic sequences with the unhurried precision of someone who had done 10,000 examinations and never let routine make her careless. Harry watched the lights that appeared above him, colors he didn't have vocabulary for yet, forming patterns that Pomfrey read the way he read a face, quickly and with complete comprehension. She stopped once. Just once. 3/4 of the way through, something appeared in the diagnostic display above his skull, a dark, purplish shadow that hung near the scar site, and Pomfrey went very still. Her wand stayed raised. Her breathing stayed even. But she went still. "You can see it," Harry said. "Yes." Her voice was careful. "I know what it is." She looked at him. "The hat told everyone. I spent the night reading everything I could find on the subject. Which was difficult, because the texts are rare and several of them are restricted." A pause. "I've requested assistance from a specialist at St. Mungo's. Someone I trust completely. She has seen one case before, only one, in 70 years of practice." "What did she find?" "In that case." Pomfrey lowered her wand. She sat on the edge of the adjacent bed and looked at Harry with the expression of someone choosing honesty over comfort. "That it can be removed," she said. "Without killing the host. But the process requires that the soul fragment be destabilized first, separated from its anchoring mechanism. The anchoring mechanism in your case is the scar itself, which means the procedure is." She chose her words. "Not simple. But possible," Harry said. "Possibly possible," she said. "Which is a different thing from impossible." She looked at him. "You're very calm about this. Would you prefer I weren't?" "I would prefer," she said, and her voice had a slight roughness at the edges now, the control fraying at the very edge, "that you had never been in this situation. I would prefer that someone had looked at the day Albus Dumbledore placed you in that house and asked the right questions." She straightened. "But you're right that calm is more useful." "I've had 11 years of practice," Harry said. Pomfrey looked at him for a long moment. Then she went back to the diagnostic screen and finished the assessment with the same methodical precision, and when she was done she sat down at her desk and began writing, and Harry watched her write the way you watch someone building something, each entry a brick, each observation a record, each date and measurement an irrefutable fact in a document that now existed and couldn't be unmade. "You'll have a copy," she said without looking up. "Your own copy, in your possession. Minerva will have one. Amelia Bones will have one by this evening." "Amelia Bones," Harry said. "That's the second time her name's come up. She's the head of the DMLE and one of the most principled people in the ministry." Pomfrey set down her quill. "She was also a Gryffindor, 40 years ago. She trusts evidence." Harry filed that away. "Thank you, Madame Pomfrey." "Don't thank me," she said. "Eat properly. Sleep adequately. Come to me immediately if the scar causes you unusual discomfort." She paused. "And Mr. Potter, I want to be clear about one thing." "Yes." "Whatever happens in the coming weeks, the investigations, the meetings, the political difficulty," she looked at him directly. "You are a student in this school. You are 11 years old. You should not be spending every waking hour managing the consequences of someone else's decisions." Her voice was quiet and firm. "The adults who received the hat's transmission last night are handling the formal process. Your job is to be a student. To learn. To make friends. She almost smiled. Occasionally break rules in small and amusing ways, the way 11-year-olds should." "You want me to act my age," Harry said. "I want you to have an age to act," she said, and picked up her quill again, and Harry understood that this was the end of the appointment, so he stood and collected his bag and walked to the door. Then he stopped. "I will," he said. "Act my age. I'll figure out what that looks like." Pomfrey didn't look up from her writing. "That," she said, "is all I ask." The corridor outside the hospital wing was empty, late afternoon light slanting long and gold through the windows, and Harry stood in it for a moment and let himself just exist in it. The warmth, the quiet. The particular quality of a castle that had been inhabited for a very long time and had absorbed something of everyone who'd ever walked its halls. He'd spent the afternoon in a hospital wing being documented. He'd spent the morning being handed books and insight and carefully structured support. He'd sat through 2 classes and felt, for the first time, the genuine pleasure of learning things he actually wanted to know in a place that expected him to be capable of knowing them. It was a lot. For one day. He was walking back toward the tower when he heard footsteps behind him and turned. Snape. Professor Severus Snape, whose face during the hat's broadcast Harry had not actually seen, he'd been on the stool with the hat over his eyes, but who had been described by Fred and George Weasley on the train as terrifying, brilliant, hates everyone equally, especially Harry Potter for some reason that nobody explains, just accept it. He was tall, he was pale, and he moved with the specific economy of someone who had decided long ago that every gesture should mean something. He stopped when Harry turned. They regarded each other in the empty corridor. Snape's expression was, not what Harry expected. He'd braced for hostility, for the cold dismissal Fred and George had warned about. What he got instead was something stranger. Something that sat on Snape's face like a bruise that wasn't quite healed, the expression of a man who had received a transmission last night that had cost him something personal and hadn't finished paying yet. Potter, Snape said. Professor Snape, Harry said. A pause. Snape looked him over in the assessing way Harry recognized, cataloging, comparing against a template. Harry held the look without flinching, which seemed to create a small, interesting silence. You look nothing like him, Snape said finally. His voice was flat and precise and not particularly warm. Like my father, Harry said. I know. I have my mother's eyes. He kept his voice even. The hat gave you that, didn't it? The comparison. The expectation you had walking in. Something moved in Snape's face. It gave me many things I did not ask for. Same, Harry said. Another pause. Longer this time. You were in the hospital wing, Snape said. Madame Pomfrey's assessment. I am aware. I formulated the diagnostic potions she used. His jaw tightened fractionally. She sent me the preliminary results. Harry waited. The soul fragment, Snape said, and his voice dropped half a register without getting quieter, is more contained than I expected. The magical signature suggests, and I want to be clear that this is preliminary, that your mother's sacrifice didn't just create a protection. It created a boundary. A membrane around the fragment, inside the scar. It has not integrated into your core. Harry processed that. You're saying it's more isolated than Dumbledore assumed. I'm saying it behaves differently from what the theory would predict. Snape's eyes were on him, sharp and searching. Which means the assumption that its removal requires your death may be based on an incomplete model. Madame Pomfrey said similar. Madame Pomfrey is an extraordinary metawitch, Snape said, with the precision of someone giving credit through slightly gritted teeth. She is not a potion specialist. There may be approaches through theoretical dark magic counter-research that she hasn't. He stopped. You've been researching it, Harry said. Snape didn't answer. Since last night, Harry said. After the broadcast. Snape's expression went through something complicated and landed somewhere that was neither warm nor cold but was, Harry thought, honest. Your mother was the most gifted potions mind I have ever encountered, he said. The magic she performed that night, the sacrifice, the anchoring, bears her signature in ways that have specific implications for counter-research. He paused. I have a personal interest in understanding those implications. Not because of Harry. Harry understood that. This was about Lily Potter, about grief that had calcified into guilt and been there so long it felt structural. The hat had given Snape that picture, the picture of his own role in Dumbledore's architecture, how his guilt had been used, shaped, pointed. Harry didn't know if Snape had looked at that picture squarely yet. He suspected not entirely. But he was here. In the corridor. passing along research findings that helped. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said. Snape looked at him as though thanked by an 11-year-old was a slightly destabilizing experience. "Don't mistake this for anything other than academic interest," he said. "Wouldn't dream of it," Harry said, with absolute sincerity. Something crossed Snape's face so quickly Harry almost missed it. "I teach potions on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday," Snape said. "I will expect adequate preparation. I'll prepare adequately." Snape gave him one more of those assessing looks, and then turned and walked away with the unhurried stride of a man going somewhere on his own terms, and Harry watched him go and thought, that is a person in the middle of something very difficult, doing something useful anyway. "I can work with that." He was almost back to Gryffindor Tower when the corridor shifted, one of the staircases rotating with its particular grinding groan, and he looked up and found himself facing a different route. He took it without thinking, following the logic of the castle, and came out on a landing with a window that faced west. The sun was going down over the forbidden forest. The sky was the specific orange-purple that September evenings do at altitude, and the black lake below caught the color and held it, and the whole thing was enormous and beautiful in the specific way that enormous things are beautiful when you're not used to them. Harry stood at the window for a few minutes. Just that. Let himself be 11 and in a place he'd never been before and alive in a way he hadn't been 24 hours ago. He thought about what Pomfrey had said. You should not be spending every waking hour managing the consequences of someone else's decisions. She was right. He knew she was right. He also knew, pragmatically, that there were things only he could do, only he could sign the Gringotts documentation, only he could testify, only he could decide what he knew and how to use it. No one else could carry what was behind his scar. The adults were building the formal structure, and he was glad of it, grateful in a way that still felt unfamiliar and slightly too large for his chest. But he was also 11, on his first day in a school that was going to teach him extraordinary things, in a world he'd only just arrived in. He had friends, apparently, a freckled boy who said things exactly as he thought them and a girl who color-coded her notes and had already looked up everything he needed. He could do both. He could handle what needed handling, and also learn to levitate things and figure out how staircases worked and find out what the restricted section actually restricted. Down below, a pair of older students were walking along the lakeside path, laughing at something, their laughter carrying up to the window in pieces. A giant squid tentacle broke the surface of the lake briefly, lazily, and disappeared again. Harry pulled out Flitwick's primer and read the first chapter against the window light while the sun went down. He was halfway through chapter 2 when he heard footsteps on the landing and looked up to find Ron Weasley, slightly out of breath, looking relieved. "There you are. Hermione said you'd gone to the hospital wing, and then you didn't come back to the tower, and then the staircase moved twice and I wasn't sure which." He stopped. Looked at Harry, then at the sunset, then back at Harry. "Are you all right?" "Yeah," Harry said, and meant it. Ron sat down on the landing beside him and looked out the window. "My mum packed enough food for about 6 people, he said, producing something wrapped in wax cloth from his bag. "Pie. D'you want some?" Harry accepted half a piece of pie that was still warm somehow, and the two of them sat on the landing with their feet against the stone and watched the last of the light go out of the sky. "Did the hat say things to you?" Ron asked eventually. "Like, when it was deciding?" "A lot of things," Harry said. "Was it bad?" Harry thought about 38 documented acts. About the Horcrux. About 11 years in a cupboard. About a man with chess player's eyes and an expression of ownership, watching from the center of the staff table. "Some of it was," he said. "But I know about it now. That's different." Ron chewed his pie thoughtfully. "My dad says the worst thing in the world is not knowing what's wrong. Because then you can't fix it." "Your dad's right," Harry said. "He's mental about muggles but he's occasionally right about other things," Ron said, and Harry laughed, genuine, easy, unguarded, and the sound of it echoed in the stone landing, and that, Harry thought, was also a beginning. Back in Gryffindor Tower, after dinner, after Ron had beaten him twice at chess and explained the strategic reasoning in real time, after Hermione had distributed her Chapter 7 notes with the air of someone presenting a research paper, after Neville had shown Harry a plant in a pot on his bedside table that could detect lies and had seemed genuinely pleased when Harry asked how it worked, after all of that, Harry lay in the dark and ran through the day. McGonagall, 3 letters sent. DMLE audit accepted. Formal investigation opened with the Board of Governors. His schedule already adjusted. A book left before he woke up. Flitwick, research material provided. Teaching already adjusted. The word extraordinary used once and not taken back. Pomfrey, documentation filed. Specialist contact made. The assessment formally recorded and distributed. Snape, preliminary research findings on the Horcrux. Unexpected. Possibly the most important development of the day, because if the soul fragment was isolated, if his mother's magic had created a boundary, then the future was different from what Dumbledore had planned. The sacrifice he'd been built for might not be necessary. And that changed everything. And somewhere in the castle, in his office with its portraits and its silver instruments and its careful, patient planning, Dumbledore was making his own calculations. Harry could feel it, not magically, just in the way you feel a weather change before it arrives. A pressure in the air. He had requested a meeting. He had been deferred. He would try again. He was patient, and he was powerful, and he was used to getting what he wanted. Harry pulled the blanket up and closed his eyes. Try again, he thought, to the chessboard in his head, to the careful arrangement of pieces that had been set in motion 11 years before he understood the game. I'll be ready. Somewhere below, the castle settled into its night sounds, staircases grinding, portraits muttering, the distant voice of a ghost drifting through a wall. Hogwarts was alive in a way that Privet Drive had never been, full of intention and history and the particular magic of a place where something extraordinary had been happening for 900 years. Harry fell asleep in the middle of his third read-through of Magical Law and the Rights of Minor Witches and Wizards, Chapter 7, and dreamed of nothing at all, which was better than he was used to. In the morning, the board would still be in play. But so would he. Chapter 3, the weight of 38. The records room attached to McGonagall's office wasn't on any student map Harry had seen. It existed behind a door that looked like a wall panel until McGonagall touched her wand to the left corner and it swung inward, revealing a long, narrow room lined floor to ceiling with files organized by year, by subject, by student name, 40 years of Hogwarts administration compressed into a space that smelled of old parchment and deliberate order. She led him inside on Thursday morning, during his first independent study period, with the matter-of-fact energy of someone who had spent the last 4 days deciding exactly how much to show him and had landed on everything. Sit, she said, indicating a chair at the narrow table that ran the length of the room. She pulled 3 files from separate shelves, set them in front of him, and remained standing. The first file contains the original correspondence record between this office and the Dursley household between 1981 and 1991. Every letter sent on your behalf. Every notification. Every standard intake document that should have been delivered and returned. She tapped the second file. This one contains the trust administration records that the Gringotts auditor sent us yesterday. Cross-referenced against the Standard Potter estate holdings as of October 1981. She set her hand on the third file and left it there for a moment. This one I want you to look at last. What's in it? Harry said. The 38 documented acts. Formatted as a legal summary by Madame Bone's office. They received the raw transmission and spent 2 days translating it into formal language. She looked at him. They're treating it as a preliminary brief for a Wisengamot inquiry. What you're holding is the same document her investigators are working from. Harry looked at the 3 files on the table. They were thick. Not alarmingly so, not the 1,000-page bureaucratic monoliths Hermione sometimes produced from her bag, but substantial. Dense with consequence. How long do I have? He said. The period is 2 hours. I have a meeting at 11. She paused. I'll be in my office. The door between here and there will be open. She left. Harry opened the first file. He read for 90 minutes without stopping. The correspondence file was, in its own way, the most devastating of the three, not because of what it contained, but because of what it didn't. There were 34 letters sent to the Dursley address across 10 years. Standard intake documents, magical world notifications, the customary annual check-ins that Hogwarts performed for all students raised in non-magical households. And alongside each one, a notation in a different hand, not McGonagall's, not the administrative secretary's, a small, precise note that said things like held pending review or redirected, see file DPM/81 or simply not appropriate at this stage. The notation hand was Dumbledore's. Harry recognized it from the letters he'd eventually received, the ones orchestrated with enough chaos around them to prevent him sitting quietly and thinking about what they meant. 34 letters. 34 decisions, made unilaterally, that Harry didn't need to know what was available to him. The Gringotts file was colder, cleaner, and in some ways worse. The Potter estate, as of October 31, 1981, had included a primary vault, 3 investment holdings, a properties portfolio containing 4 addresses in magical Britain, and a secondary trust vault designated specifically for Harry's welfare expenses. The welfare vault, designed to cover Harry's upbringing, his education materials, his medical costs, had been drawn down by a trustee appointed by Dumbledore in November 1981. Regularly. Quarterly withdrawals, every quarter, for 9 years. The withdrawal recipient was listed as Dursley Household Welfare Fund. Harry sat with that for a moment. The Dursleys had been paid. They had been paid, every quarter, to house him, and they had kept the money and given him a cupboard and Dudley's old clothes and made him cook breakfast. He closed that file and opened the third one. The legal summary was different from what the Hat had given him. The Hat's transmission had been raw, a flood of information, emotional and factual simultaneously, the way a memory feels when it's yours. This was structured. Numbered. Each of the 38 acts listed with a brief description, a date range, and a classification: financial, informational, physical, psychological, medical, strategic. He read to item 12 before he heard his own breathing change, not distress, exactly, but the sound of someone taking in too much truth too fast and having to consciously manage the rate. He kept reading. By item 23 he had stopped noting the dates. The dates didn't matter. What mattered was the pattern, the architecture of it, visible now that it was laid out flat. Each act was individually deniable. A letter held. A trustee appointed. A school placement influenced. A connection prevented. On its own, any single item could be explained as cautious judgment, protective decision-making, the considered action of a man managing an extraordinary situation. Together they formed something else entirely. Together they formed a life, his life, built to specification. A boy kept small, kept uninformed, kept isolated. Kept manageable. Kept usable. Item 35. Strategic maintenance of prophetic trajectory. Subject's psychological conditioning to self-sacrifice as appropriate response to mortal threat, achieved through deliberate framing of greater good doctrine in all available mentorship contexts. He hadn't had mentorship contexts. That was the point. The conditioning was in the absence of anything that might counter it. No family. No magical education. No financial security. No sense of worth independent of the role he'd been assigned before he could walk. If you have nothing, you have nothing to protect. If you have nothing to protect, you walk forward. That was the plan. 11 years of careful, deliberate engineering, and that was the destination. He closed the file. He sat in the narrow records room with the amber light of the enchanted sconces around him and breathed slowly and let himself feel it, not perform not feeling it, not compress it into pragmatism, just actually sit with what it meant. That someone he'd never met had spent 11 years deciding, over and over, that his life mattered less than the outcome of a prophecy. It took about 4 minutes. He was good at fast grief. Another cupboard skill. Then he picked up the third file again and read items 36 through 38, and when he was done he stacked all 3 files neatly, stood up, and went through to McGonagall's office. She was at her desk, writing, and she looked up when he appeared. Item 29, he said. The Hogwarts admission process. He flagged my name to ensure my placement in Gryffindor was the default recommendation. Yes, she said. But the hat puts everyone in their right house anyway. He knew that. He was managing probability, she said. Ensuring the conditions were most likely to produce the desired result. Which means he's been doing this so long he plans for contingencies in things he can't control. Harry looked at her steadily. He's thorough. Extraordinarily. And smart. Exceptionally. And he genuinely believes he's right. McGonagall set her quill down. Yes, she said. He does. That is precisely what makes this difficult. She folded her hands on her desk. A villain who knows they're wrong can be confronted with their wrongness. Albus believes, I think sincerely, completely, without self-deception, that every item in that file was the right choice. That the cost to you was justified by the outcome it would produce. Then arguing that it was wrong won't work, Harry said. Because his answer is always going to be that the alternative was worse. Correct. So the argument isn't about his intentions. It's about his authority. Harry pulled up a chair, uninvited and without hesitation, and sat across from her. He doesn't have the authority to make these decisions. Nobody gave it to him. He took it. And taking authority without consent is not wisdom, regardless of the outcome. McGonagall looked at him for a long moment. That is the argument Amelia Bones' office is making, she said quietly. Good, Harry said. What do they need from me? They needed a statement. Not testimony, that would come later, if the inquiry reached the formal hearing stage. What Bones' office needed now was a declaration, signed by Harry, confirming that he received the hat's transmission and that its contents were accurate to his lived experience. A personal corroboration of the documentary evidence. McGonagall had drafted it already. She slid it across the desk and Harry read it carefully, twice, and found it accurate and precise and completely free of the kind of language that softened things unnecessarily. He signed it with her quill and she countersigned as witness, and then she sealed it with a spell that left a small, specific mark in the corner. That goes to Bones' office today, she said. By Owl, registered, with a copy to the Board of Governors. The board meeting is when? Harry said. 2 weeks. They're convening an emergency session. She looked at him. Dumbledore is on the board. As headmaster he sits ex officio. So he'll be in the room when the evidence is presented. Yes. Harry considered that. Then the presentation needs to be airtight before it gets to that room. Everything in those files has to be sourced and documented independently, not just from the hat's transmission, which he'll argue is subjective. The Gringotts records, the correspondence files, the medical assessment, Pomfrey's documentation. Each one needs to stand alone. McGonagall's expression did the thing where it sharpened toward him. Phileas and I have spent the last 3 days doing exactly that, she said. Then you're ahead, Harry said. Good. She studied him. Harry, I want to ask you something, and I'd like you to answer honestly. All right. How are you doing? Not are you all right, that had a yes or no shape to it. How are you doing was different. Harry thought about the 4 minutes in the records room. About item 29. About the plan that had been built around him like a mold. I'm angry, he said. Not loud angry. Quiet angry. The kind that's useful. McGonagall nodded. Something in her settled slightly, like she'd been bracing for something worse and found instead something she could work with. I also understand, Harry continued, that being angry at Dumbledore and being effective about it are two different things, and only one of them moves the board. Yes, she said, and her voice was careful and very clear. Yes, exactly. The Horcrux, Harry said. Snape came to find me Tuesday. He had preliminary findings. McGonagall's expression tightened. He told me. The membrane theory. He called it preliminary. It is preliminary. But it's more than we had. She paused. Severus has been, she chose the word. Useful. In ways I did not entirely anticipate. The broadcast hit him differently, Harry said. Yes. McGonagall was quiet for a moment. The hat gave all of us the picture of our own roles. For most of us that meant understanding the things we hadn't questioned. For Severus it meant something more specific. She looked at Harry with a directness that trusted him to handle what she was saying. He understood that his grief and his guilt had been used. That he was part of the mechanism. And Severus does not, another careful pause. He does not respond well to discovering he has been made into a tool. No, Harry said. I don't imagine he does. He's in the potions lab. He's been there most nights. She stood, moved to the window. Whether that will translate into something sustained or whether it's a burst of fury that burns out, I don't know. I'll find out, Harry said. McGonagall turned to look at him. Harry. I'm not going to push him, Harry said. But if he's doing work that matters, I'd like to understand it. And I think he'd rather I was direct about that than careful. You might be right, she said, and sounded slightly surprised by it. You might be exactly right. Potions was Friday morning, and the dungeon classroom was cold in the specific way of rooms built below the lake, a chill that had nothing to do with the September weather and everything to do with several feet of stone and water above the ceiling. Harry had read the first 3 chapters of Principles of Potions, Theory and Application before the class, not because he was trying to impress anyone but because he'd noticed, reading Flitwick's primer, that magical theory across disciplines shared a structural grammar, and he wanted to know the grammar before he encountered the vocabulary. Snape taught the way he moved, with economy and precision and the implicit assumption that you were either keeping up or you were wasting his time. He stood at the front of the room and surveyed 30 first years with the expression of someone conducting an inventory. There will be no foolish wand-waving in this class, he said. Here you will learn the subtle science and exact art of potion-making. He moved along the front row, robes trailing. I can teach you to bottle fame, brew glory, even put a stopper in death, if you aren't as great a pack of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. He stopped in front of Harry. Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The class held its breath. Draught of living death, Harry said. One of the most powerful sleeping potions known, classified as a restricted substance under the 1943 Controlled Compounds Act, with a preparation time of 6 hours minimum and a primary failure point at the 3rd addition stage where temperature regulation is critical. Snape looked at him. Not the surprised look Harry had expected, something more complex. An assessing stillness. Correct, he said. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? A goat's stomach, Harry said. Used as a general antidote to most poisons due to its absorption properties. The magical variety is more effective than the Muggle herbal equivalent by a factor of approximately 12, though the Muggle version has the advantage of, that will do, Snape said, and moved on. Hermione, beside Harry, was visibly restraining an expression of intense personal satisfaction on his behalf. Ron, on his other side, mouthed how with genuine bewilderment. I read, Harry mouthed back. The class went on. Snape's teaching style was nothing like McGonagall's quiet precision or Flitwick's enthusiastic energy, it was the teaching style of a man who had an extremely high standard and considered it your problem to meet it. He moved through the room, corrected without softness, asked questions that required actual thought, and never once talked down to anyone, which Harry found he preferred enormously to the alternative. When Harry's cauldron produced a potion that was exactly the right shade, not because he was particularly gifted at potions yet, but because he'd read about what the color should look like and corrected his heat twice, Snape passed behind him, looked in, and said nothing. Which, Harry was starting to understand, was the Snape version of a gold star. After class, walking up from the dungeons, Hermione said, "How did you know all of that?" The Asphodel and Wormwood answer, "I knew the basic draft of Living Death answer but not the 1943 Act." Chapter 4, Harry said. The Legal Classifications section. Of Principles of Potions? That's not on the first-year list. Most useful things aren't, Harry said. I need to reorganize my reading list, Hermione said, more to herself than to him, with the tone of someone identifying a structural problem in their system. I'll send you my notes, Harry said. She looked at him. You have notes already? I have notes from day 2, he said. I started on the train. Hermione's expression went through several stages and landed on something that was half admiration and half the particular frustration of a person who thought they were the most prepared student in the year and had discovered a wrinkle in that assumption. Fine, she said. Share notes. But I'm going to have better ones on the theory sections. Probably, Harry agreed. I'm better on the applied and legal. That's a reasonable division of labor, she said, and pulled out her own notebook, and that was, Harry thought, the moment they became actual friends rather than the provisional variety. He found Snape in the potions lab at 6 in the evening, which was, he had gathered from McGonagall's comments, where Snape spent most of the time he wasn't teaching. The lab was separate from the classroom, a longer, lower room with workbenches arranged not in rows but in a rough hexagon around a central preparation area, surrounded by shelves of ingredients organized by property rather than alphabetically, which told Harry something about how Snape organized information in his head. He knocked on the open door. Snape, bent over the central bench with a mortar and a set of scales, did not look up. I didn't invite students to my laboratory, Potter. No, Harry agreed. McGonagall told me you were doing something important and I came to ask about it directly, because I thought you'd prefer that to me going through intermediaries. A pause. Snape's pestle did not stop moving. What makes you think I prefer anything from you? Because you came and found me in the corridor Tuesday, Harry said. You could have sent a note. You didn't. Another pause. Longer. Snape looked up. His dark eyes moved over Harry with the same inventory expression he'd used in the classroom. Close the door, he said. Don't touch anything. Harry stepped inside, closed the door, and stood with his hands in his pockets, leaving approximately 6 feet between himself and the nearest workbench. Snape watched him do it, clocked the deliberate positioning, and returned to his work. The membrane theory, Harry said. How confident are you? In the theory as a theory? Highly. Snape set down the pestle. In our ability to apply it practically? That requires more development. He turned to a different shelf, pulled down 2 stoppered vials. The soul fragment behind your scar is bounded by the magical residue of your mother's sacrifice. The boundary is not permanent, it is sustained by the same charm network that constitutes the protection against Voldemort. As long as that protection holds, the fragment cannot integrate further into your magical core. He held one of the vials up, examined its color in the light. The question is not whether the fragment can be removed. The question is how to remove it without dismantling the boundary network simultaneously. Because dismantling the boundary network removes the protection, Harry said. And possibly you, Snape said, with the clinical precision of someone who was keeping emotional distance from that word as a practical measure. Yes. So the approach is to extract the fragment while maintaining the boundary. Theoretically. Snape set both vials on the bench. There is a potion, barely a potion, really, more an application of inverted soul theory, that would reinforce the boundary artificially before the extraction attempt, making it independent of the original charm network. In theory. There are no documented cases of this procedure. He paused. The closest precedent is 300 years old and in Latin, and the subject did not survive, but the failure was not in the extraction. It was in the reinforcement, an insufficient boundary substitute. What would a sufficient one look like? Harry said. Snape looked at him for a long moment. It would look like something that required months of careful preparation and a potions master willing to lose a significant amount of sleep. He returned to his bench. I have started the base preparation. The first viable test of the reinforcement compound will be in approximately 6 weeks, on a non-living equivalent model. 6 weeks, Harry said. Months, Potter. This is not a quick process. I understand. Harry watched him work for a moment, the small, precise movements, the way he adjusted the flame without looking at the scale, reading the behavior of the compound purely by its response to heat. He was extraordinary at this, Harry realized. Not just competent. Extraordinary. Why? Harry said. Snape's hand stopped. You said personal interest, Harry said. I understood what you meant. But I want to know what you're actually hoping to do here. Because it affects how I think about this, whether to be actively involved in finding solutions or whether to wait for you to complete the work. Snape was very still for a moment. Then he straightened, turned, and leaned back against the bench with his arms crossed, and looked at Harry with an expression that was stripped of its professional distance. It wasn't warm. But it was real. Your mother, he said, was the person who made me believe that magic could be used with genuine understanding rather than simply power. She is the reason I pursued potions specifically rather than the broader dark arts I was gravitating toward at 16. He held Harry's gaze. She is dead because I was stupid and young and told the wrong people the wrong thing, and then Albus Dumbledore turned my guilt into a leash. His voice was even and absolutely precise. The hat showed me that picture with considerable clarity. Harry didn't look away. I'm sorry, he said. About my mother. And about the leash. Snape's jaw tightened. I don't need your sympathy. It wasn't sympathy, Harry said. It was accurate. Something flickered in Snape's face. He looked away first, back to his bench. Go do your homework, Potter. I've done it. Then go do more of it. Professor Snape. Harry waited until Snape looked at him again. The work you're doing matters. I want you to know I understand that. And when the test compound is ready, whatever I can do to support the research, tell me. Snape looked at him for a long, complicated moment. You are aggressively unlike what I expected, he said finally. Yeah, Harry said. I'm getting that a lot. He moved toward the door. Thank you for the preliminary report. And for the base preparation. He left, and behind him he heard Snape pick up his pestle again, and the sound of steady methodical grinding followed him up the dungeon stairs. Saturday morning brought Quidditch tryout signs from the Gryffindor captain, an aggressive game of exploding snap in the common room, and the first genuine piece of institutional news from outside Hogwarts. Hermione found Harry in the library at 9, before he'd had a second cup of tea, and placed a copy of the Daily Prophet on his book with the particular energy of someone delivering information they knew was significant but weren't sure how it would land. The headline read, Sorting Hat Breaks 9 Centuries of Protocol, Hogwarts Board of Governors called TO Emergency Session. It was page 3. Page 1 was something about a dragon preserve in Romania. Harry thought that was either very good news, it meant Dumbledore hadn't managed to control the story entirely, or very calculated news, in that keeping it off the front page maintained just enough ambiguity to allow damage control. He read the article. It was careful in the lawyerly way of something that had been reviewed before publication. It described the hat's unusual speech, noted that the board had been convened, and quoted a spokesperson for the Board of Governors saying that the matter was under active review. It did not describe the content of the hat's transmission. It mentioned Harry's name twice, briefly, without detail. That's controlled, Harry said. The Prophet is owned by someone who socializes with Dumbledore's political circle, Hermione said, sitting across from him. I looked it up. But it's on page 3, which means someone else pushed for publication and compromised on placement. Harry looked at her. You looked it up. Thursday night. After you gave me the reading notes, I started looking at the power structures around the story. Media ownership, Board of Governors membership lists, the DMLE leadership. She pushed a roll of parchment across the table. I made a map. He unrolled it. It was a diagram, names in circles, connections drawn between them, annotations in her neat hand. It was, he thought, exactly the kind of thing he'd been building in his own head and hadn't had time to put on paper. Hermione, he said. Yes. This is extraordinary. She absorbed this without deflecting. There are 3 clusters, she said, leaning over to point. Dumbledore's network, these are the people who owe him professional loyalty or social debt or both. The Reform cluster, Bones, and these names here, who have independent institutional power and personal integrity records. And this middle section, these are the people who could go either way, who will respond to whoever makes the strongest case first. The swing votes, Harry said. Essentially. And look at this, she pointed to a name in the middle section. Griselda Marchbanks. Head of the Wizarding Examinations Authority. She's on the Board of Governors, and according to my research she examined Dumbledore himself for his newts, so she has a historical relationship, but she also examined 3 other board members and has been publicly critical of ministry overreach twice in the last decade. She's evidence-driven. She'll respond to the documentation, Harry said. If it's presented clearly and before Dumbledore frames the narrative. Hermione tapped the map. The timing of the board meeting is 2 weeks. That's enough time for his network to have conversations, to soften people, to start the misinterpretation argument McGonagall mentioned. Or, Harry said, it's enough time to brief the Reform cluster and Marchbanks directly, with the documented evidence, before the board session. Which would require someone with access to those people. McGonagall has access, Harry said. She taught half the board. And Amelia Bones already has the documentation. Hermione looked at him across the table. You've been thinking about this since yesterday. Since the second file on Thursday, Harry said honestly. And you're not, you're very, she stopped, seemed to decide to say it directly. You're very calm about all of it. About what the files contained. Harry looked at the map for a moment. I was in a cupboard for 11 years, he said. That does one of 2 things to a person. Either it makes you believe you don't matter. Or it makes you extremely good at existing in difficult circumstances without losing your head. He looked up. I had a lot of time to practice the second one. Hermione was quiet for a moment. I'm sorry, she said. Not the overstated kind of sorry that wanted something back. The simple kind. I know, he said. It helps, actually. That you know. She nodded. They looked at the map together. What's this one? Harry asked, pointing to a name she'd placed slightly apart from the 3 clusters, in its own small circle with 3 question marks. Lucius Malfoy, she said. He's on the board. He's in Dumbledore's network socially but has crossed him twice in the last decade on ministry matters. He's got his own agenda, and I don't know yet what it is, so I gave him his own category. Smart, Harry said. He has a son in our year, she said. Draco Malfoy. Slytherin. I noticed. Harry had, in fact, been watching Draco Malfoy since the sorting, the way he carried himself with the assumption of room, the performance of confidence that was just slightly too consistent to be entirely genuine. He's not his father, Harry said. No, Hermione agreed. But he's learning to be. People can unlearn things, Harry said. Then, not relevant right now. The map, can I take this? I made you a copy, she said, and produced an identical roll of parchment from inside her bag. Harry stared at her. When? Last night. I hadn't even asked yet. You were going to, she said simply, and went back to her reading. Sunday brought a different kind of confrontation. Harry was in the corridor outside the library when he heard the voice, Draco Malfoy's voice, carrying the slightly too loud quality of someone performing for an audience. He rounded the corner and found Malfoy standing in front of Neville, who was pressed against the wall with his Remembrall clutched in both hands, and two large Slytherin boys flanking Malfoy like decorative furniture. "Hand it over," Malfoy was saying, with the casual confidence of someone who had never once considered that there might be a different outcome. Harry walked toward them at normal pace, not rushing, not slowing. Malfoy heard his approach and turned with the practiced ease of someone who was used to turning his back on situations because they never developed into anything he couldn't handle. He checked himself when he saw Harry. "Potter," he said. The calculation was immediate and visible. Harry was alone, same year, but the stool, the hat speech, the staff table reaction the night of the sorting. All of it flickering through Malfoy's expression in about a second and a half. "Malfoy," Harry said pleasantly. He looked at Neville. "All right?" "He's trying to take my Remembrall," Neville said, with more steadiness in his voice than his posture suggested. "I can see that." Harry looked back at Malfoy. He was slightly shorter than Malfoy, neither of them had hit any kind of growth yet, but he looked at Malfoy with the unconcerned attention of someone running a calculation they weren't worried about. "You're not going to take it?" Malfoy blinked. "Excuse me?" "Neville's Remembrall," Harry said, nodding at it. "You're not going to take it. That's the update. And what exactly are you going to do about it?" Malfoy said, and his voice had gone cooler, the performance dropping slightly in favor of something more direct. He was smart, Harry had already decided. The intelligence was real even if the arrogance was cultivated. "Nothing dramatic," Harry said. "I'm going to stand here, and you're going to decide whether this particular moment is worth the complications that come with it. And I think you'll decide it isn't." "You think highly of yourself for someone who grew up with Muggles," Malfoy said. "I think accurately of myself," Harry said. "Which is different." He tilted his head slightly. "Your father's on the Board of Governors. You know that there's an active investigation into Hogwarts administration. You know that any student conduct issue right now is going to receive more scrutiny than usual, because the school is under a microscope." He kept his voice conversational, unhurried. "Taking a first-year's Remembrall in the library corridor in week 2 is exactly the kind of thing that ends up in documentation when the microscope is already out." Malfoy stared at him. "Also," Harry said, "Neville hasn't done anything to you." The silence stretched. Malfoy's two flanking allies exchanged a look. Malfoy turned, without a word, and walked away. The other two followed. Neville let out a long breath. His Remembrall had gone very red in his hands. "Thanks," he said. "He won't do it again," Harry said. "At least not in front of witnesses." "How do you know?" "He's smart enough to pick battles he can win." Harry looked at the Remembrall. "That thing, does it tell you what you forgot, or just that you forgot something?" "Just that I forgot something," Neville said, relaxing marginally now that the moment had passed. "Which is almost more annoying. Like, I know I forgot. That's the problem." "What did I forget?" Harry almost smiled. "Come on," he said. "I think there's still breakfast left." That evening, Harry went to find McGonagall for his Thursday notes, and she wasn't in her office. He was turning to leave when the gargoyle outside Dumbledore's office moved. The headmaster himself stepped around it, and they came face to face in the corridor with approximately 8 feet between them and no one else in the hallway. The first time they'd been alone together. Harry had been aware it would happen eventually. He'd been ready for it since Thursday. Dumbledore looked exactly as he had at the sorting, the silver beard, the half-moon spectacles, the robes, the whole considerable architecture of a man who had been the most powerful wizard alive for 50 years. Up close he was taller than he seemed from a distance, and the eyes behind the spectacles were the precise shade of blue that is warm from a distance and very sharp up close. "Harry," he said, with the warmth of someone resuming a conversation that had been merely paused. Headmaster, Harry said. I've been hoping to speak with you. My door has been open, I know, Harry said. I've been busy. A gentle, unhurried smile. Of course. The beginning of term is always overwhelming. How are you finding your classes? Very good, Harry said. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick have been particularly helpful. Wonderful. They are both extraordinary educators. A pause, calibrated. I hope you know, Harry, that my door is always available to you. Whatever questions you have about anything. Any concerns. The warmth in his voice was not fabricated. That was the thing about Dumbledore that Harry had understood from the files, the warmth was real. The care, in its own way, was real. It was just subordinate to the strategy, and had always been. I appreciate that, Harry said. When I have questions I can't address through other channels, I'll know where to come. The pause that followed was the first crack in the headmaster's composure, not visible on his face, but in a fractional stillness, the recalibration of a man who had said my door is open expecting gratitude and had received a polite, specific, limited acknowledgement that meant something very different. The Board of Governors meeting, Harry said, keeping his voice easy. I understand it's in 2 weeks. It is, Dumbledore said, the warmth maintained, but watched now, careful. I hope it goes smoothly, Harry said. For everyone involved. He met the half-moon spectacles squarely. Is there anything else, sir? I was on my way to dinner. A long moment. The half-moon spectacles caught the corridor light. The blue eyes behind them looked at Harry with an expression that moved through warmth, recalibration, and landed somewhere very still. Enjoy your dinner, Harry, Dumbledore said. Thank you, Harry said, and walked past him, and did not look back. Behind him, he heard nothing, no footsteps immediately resuming, no door. Just the particular silence of a man who had encountered an unexpected variable in a long-running equation and was updating his model. Harry went to dinner. The great hall was loud and warm and smelled of roast potatoes, and Ron was saving him a seat with the territorial confidence of someone who had decided early that Harry sat here and that was simply how it was. Hermione was across from them, deep in a book that she was reading one-handed while eating with the other, which was impressive and slightly alarming. McGonagall sent a note round, Ron said, passing Harry the potatoes without being asked. Something about an extended study period Thursday. She's moving the independent study to the whole afternoon. Good, Harry said. Also, Seamus managed to set his eyebrows on fire in charms practice and Flitwick just sort of looked at them and said interesting combustion. Which I think means he's actually brilliant but in a terrifying way. Accurate, Harry said. He ate properly, genuinely, attentively ate, and listened to the conversation around him, and let himself be present in it. The hall buzzed and rattled and somewhere down the Hufflepuff table someone was losing dramatically at a card game and responding with great feeling, and the enchanted ceiling above had turned to full September dark pricked with stars that didn't correspond to any constellation Harry could name yet but would, he decided, by the end of the year. It had been 9 days since the sorting. In that time McGonagall had started a formal investigation, Pomfrey had documented 11 years of evidence, Flitwick had given him a theoretical framework that was changing how he read everything, Snape had begun research that might mean the future wasn't what it had been planned to be, Hermione had drawn him a map of the political landscape, and he had read 400 pages of law, theory, and magical history that nobody had ever thought to give him before. 9 days. He felt like he'd moved further in 9 days than in 11 years. He thought about Dumbledore in the corridor. That stillness when Harry had said other channels. The recalibration. He was dangerous, that man. Not gone, not beaten, not even close to either. But the board was different from what he'd set it up to be, and the pieces weren't where he'd put them, and one of them had turned out to know how to play. Harry ate his roast potatoes and talked to Ron about Quidditch positions he didn't fully understand yet, and across the table Hermione looked up from her book long enough to correct something Ron said about the keeper's statistics, and Ron argued back with the cheerful warmth of someone who found this completely normal, and Neville leaned over to tell Harry something about the plant on his windowsill that had apparently detected a lie in the dormitory that morning, and the great hall roared and flickered around them, alive with all of it. Below the scar, the soul fragment pressed against Lily Potter's boundary, and somewhere in the dungeons a potion simmered on a low heat with months of careful work ahead of it, and somewhere in an office with enchanted portraits and silver instruments, a chess player looked at a board that had changed and began, carefully, deliberately, to plan his next move. Harry finished his dinner. He was ready for it. Chapter 4, The Board Moves. The letter from Gringotts arrived on a Tuesday, 11 days after the sorting, and it was not the polite, administrative type. It was thick. Sealed with wax the color of old gold and stamped with the Gringotts crest, the dragon rampant over crossed keys, and addressed in a precise, slightly threatening script that goblins used when they wanted you to understand that what followed was not a suggestion. Harry received it at breakfast, turned it over twice, broke the seal, and read it while Ron ate his way through half a rack of toast and pretended not to watch. The audit was complete. Not preliminary, not in progress, complete. 14 years of trust administration records, reviewed, verified, and summarized in 11 pages of closely written goblin accounting that Harry read twice and then folded with the controlled care of someone handling something combustible. The number at the bottom of page 11 was significant. Bad news? Ron said, unable to maintain the pretense of disinterest. Clarifying news, Harry said. He found McGonagall between breakfast and her first class, in the corridor outside her classroom, and handed her the letter without preamble. She read the first 3 pages standing in the corridor, her expression doing the controlled, locked door thing, and then she looked up. This arrived this morning. With the post. They completed it in 11 days. She looked back at the pages. That's, goblins move fast when they're angry. She turned to page 4, read, stopped. The secondary properties. The Godric's Hollow Cottage has been maintained out of the estate without your authorization. Read page 9, Harry said. She turned to page 9. Harry watched her read it. The only sign of what she was feeling was in her left hand, where her fingers had curled slightly against the parchment. The Hogsmeade property, she said, was sold in 1983. The proceeds went into an account I don't have the ledger for. Harry kept his voice even. The goblins have flagged it as a potential misappropriation. They're requesting authorization to pursue recovery. McGonagall was very still for a moment. Then she straightened, folded the letter with precision, and handed it back to him. I'll contact Amelia Bones this morning. This goes directly to the financial investigation track, it's no longer just a welfare concern. She looked at him with the focused directness that was her version of reassurance. This is good, Harry. This is evidence that stands entirely on its own, completely independent of the hat's transmission. I know, Harry said. That's why I brought it to you first. She made a small sound that might, under very specific circumstances, have been characterized as approving. Then her first years began arriving around the corner in a tide of noise, and she straightened into her teaching posture with the snap of someone putting on armor, and said, my office at 4. I'll be there, Harry said, and went to charms. Flitwick had advanced them to practical charms sequences 2 weeks ahead of the standard schedule, and nobody had complained because Flitwick teaching ahead of schedule felt less like pressure and more like being trusted with something interesting. The Thursday supplementary sessions had been running for a week and a half, and in them Harry had covered charm logic theory, wand resonance principles, and the structural grammar of spell construction that Flitwick had promised would reframe everything. It had. It was like being given the rules to a game he'd been playing by instinct, not that instinct was wrong, but now he could see why certain things worked, which meant he could extend them deliberately instead of waiting for them to happen on their own. He'd cast his first nonverbal charm on Wednesday, by accident, when he'd been thinking about a modification to Lumos and his wand had simply done it before he'd found the words. Flitwick had looked at him over his stack of books with an expression that he was fairly sure was the charms professor equivalent of a standing ovation. He didn't mention it to anyone else. Not because he was hiding it, Pomfrey had told him not to hide his powers and he agreed with her in principle, but because there was a difference between not hiding something and announcing it at the dinner table. He'd tell people when it was relevant. Everything in its time. Tuesday's charms class was finite incantatem, counter-charms, the theory of magical cancellation, and Harry found it fascinating not as a defensive tool but as a structural concept. Finite wasn't a single spell. It was a principle, the understanding that any magical application creates a signature, and that signature can be read and negated. Every charm was, at its root, a conversation between intent and magical law. Finite was the grammatical clause that ended the sentence. He was turning this over in his head when Flitwick said, from the front of the room, "Potter. Mr. Weasley. Demonstrate, please." Ron looked slightly panicked. Harry looked at Flitwick and said, "Who casts and who cancels?" "Your choice," Flitwick said, with the bright-eyed energy of someone who had already decided he wanted to see what they'd do with the question. Harry looked at Ron. "You cast something," he said. "Whatever you're comfortable with." Ron blinked. "Whatever yeah. Right." Ron squared himself, pointed his wand at a cushion on the nearest bench, and cast Wingardium Leviosa with the easy confidence of someone who had been practicing since the first week. The cushion lifted cleanly. Harry looked at the floating cushion. He didn't say finite incantatem. He thought the counter-principle, the negation of the lifting intent, the reading of Ron's charm signature and its specific grammatical shape, and let his wand express it. The cushion dropped. Flitwick was off his book stack in approximately 1 second. "Nonverbal," he said, in the voice he used when something had genuinely surprised him. "It seemed like the right application," Harry said. "The verbal form is slower. If you're countering something that's actively affecting someone, the speed matters." Flitwick stared at him for a moment. Then he turned to the class and said, "Correct. Exactly correct. The nonverbal application is a third-year standard for precisely that reason." He looked back at Harry with an expression Harry was starting to recognize, the look of a teacher recalculating how much to give. "See me after, Mr. Potter." Ron, beside him, said quietly, "You keep doing that." "Doing what?" "The thing where you make Flitwick go a bit speechless." "It's happened 3 times. "He hasn't gone speechless," Harry said. "He's just recalibrating." "Same thing with Flitwick," Ron said, not critically, more with the interested observation of someone cataloging a pattern. "How'd you do the nonverbal one?" "I can't even get the verbal right consistently." "I'll show you Thursday," Harry said. "There's a framework for it." Ron looked at him with the expression of someone deciding something. "You know," he said, "when the hat did what it did, and everyone got weird and quiet, I didn't know what to make of you. Whether you'd be," he stopped. "Difficult?" Harry offered. "I was going to say strange. But difficult works too." Ron ate a piece of toast. "You're neither, actually. You're just, you know things and you don't make a big deal of it." "That's the plan," Harry said. "My brothers would say that's the most Gryffindor thing they've ever heard." "Your brothers are probably right about more things than you give them credit for." Ron looked deeply affronted and then, reluctantly, thoughtful, which was more or less what Harry had intended. At 4 o'clock, McGonagall's office held more people than Harry had expected. Flitwick was there, perched on a chair he'd elevated with a cushioning charm, his expression focused. Pomfrey stood near the window with a folder against her chest. And sitting in the chair to McGonagall's left was a woman Harry hadn't met, compact, sharp-featured, with close-cropped grey hair and the particular stillness of someone who spent their professional life assessing people and had stopped being surprised by them. "Harry," McGonagall said. "This is Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." Amelia Bones looked at Harry directly and without the usual adult tendency to soften the look for children. "Mr. Potter," she said. I've been wanting to meet you since the morning after your sorting. Likewise, Harry said, and sat down. I'll be direct, Bones said. I have the Gringotts audit, the medical assessment, the correspondence records, and the legal summary of the hat's transmission. I have a signed statement from you, countersigned by Minerva. I have corroborating statements from 3 other professors who received the broadcast and have given formal depositions. She looked at him steadily. What I do not yet have is a clear answer to a question that will be asked by every member of the Wisengamot who examines this case. What question? Harry said. Why now, Bones said. Albus Dumbledore's legal team, and he has a very good one, will argue that the hat's transmission was a singular, unprecedented, potentially erroneous event. They will say that a 900-year-old artifact under elevated magical stress misread the situation and produced an inaccurate broadcast. That the documentation uncovered subsequently was the result of confirmation bias, people looking for wrongdoing because they were primed by the broadcast to find it. She paused. The question why now asks, what changed? Why did the hat produce this transmission for this student, in this year, when it has sorted thousands of students before without a similar event? Harry looked at her. He thought about the hat pressing against his scar. The moment when it had gone very still. The Horcrux, he said. The room shifted slightly, not surprise, because everyone in the room already knew about the Horcrux. But the weight of the word landing in a formal context produced a particular kind of quiet. Explain, Bones said, leaning slightly forward. The hat is designed to see the deepest truth of the mind it encounters, Harry said. It's been doing that for 900 years. But what it found in me wasn't just my potential or my character, it found an active piece of a dark soul inside my scar, which is an entirely different category of thing. I think the Horcrux acted as an amplifier. The hat read it, and the Horcrux's magical signature is strong enough that the hat's scan went deeper than usual, further than usual, and found everything underneath. He paused. The hat didn't choose to broadcast because it suddenly felt like doing something unprecedented. It broadcast because what it found was unprecedented, and its function, its 900-year function, is to see truth and respond to truth. It responded to the truth it found. Bones looked at him. Then she looked at McGonagall. Then she looked back at Harry. How old are you? She said. 11, Harry said. As of July 31st. Right, she said, and there was something in her voice that was not quite amusement and not quite exasperation but lived in the territory between them. She wrote something on the parchment in front of her. That explanation is logical, well-reasoned, and will hold up to scrutiny. I'm going to use it. She looked up. The Board of Governors meeting is in 9 days. I won't be in the room, the board is a Hogwarts internal function, but I'll be in the building. The formal Wisengamot inquiry requires the board to produce a recommendation first. Which Dumbledore will try to prevent, Flitwick said. He'll try to soften, Bones corrected. He's too smart to try an outright block, that creates its own problems. What he'll do is move for a comprehensive internal review rather than an external inquiry. Keep it inside Hogwarts, keep it in a jurisdiction he has more influence over. She looked at Harry. I want you to be aware of that tactic, because you may be asked to choose which process you prefer before the meeting. His team will approach you or your representatives with a proposal for resolution that sounds generous. An offer of redress, Harry said. Financial restitution, formal apology, acknowledged adjustments to my situation at Hogwarts. In exchange for withdrawing the external inquiry request. Precisely. And if I take it, the external inquiry doesn't happen, and everything stays inside a system he has 40 years of influence over. Yes. Harry looked at her. I won't take it. Good, Bones said simply. Not because the redress isn't valuable, Harry added. The financial restitution matters. The formal adjustments matter. But those things can happen as a result of an external inquiry just as well, and an internal resolution leaves the structural question unanswered. The question isn't only about what was done to me. It's about what authority exists and who holds it. An internal resolution answers the first question and ignores the second. Bones set down her quill. She looked at McGonagall. McGonagall's expression was carefully neutral, which Harry was learning was her version of visibly pleased. "There's one more thing," Bones said, returning to Harry. "The Horcrux itself. From a legal standpoint, and I want to be clear that I am asking this because it is relevant to the case, not because the answer changes what we're doing, what is your current intention regarding Voldemort?" The name made two people in the room flinch slightly. Harry noted who. "Voldemort's going to have to be dealt with eventually," Harry said. "He's not gone. The hat's transmission confirmed that, he's still present in some form. But the plan Dumbledore built, the one where I walk into it without full information and accept death as the necessary cost, that plan is over." He held Bones' gaze. "I intend to find a different way. Professor Snape is working on one, and I have reasons to believe it's viable." "Snape," Bones said, and her tone was careful. "Snape," Harry confirmed, with equal care. "He's not part of the problem, Madam Bones. Not anymore." She studied him for a moment. "That's a significant statement." "I know what the hat transmitted about him," Harry said. "I also know what he's been doing in the potions lab since the night of the sorting. Actions matter more than history." Bones wrote something else. Flitwick was looking at Harry with the particular expression Harry had started thinking of as the recalibrating look. Pomfrey was very still by the window, her folder clasped against her chest, her expression complicated and human and not entirely composed. "9 days, Bones said, gathering her parchment. "I'll be in the building for the board meeting. Minerva will represent the Professor Coalition." "You won't be in the room, I know," Harry said. "I'm a student. The board doesn't hear directly from students in formal proceedings." "Correct. But the documentation will be presented in your name, and your signed statement will be entered into the record." She stood, held out her hand. Harry stood and shook it. Her grip was firm and professional and treated him entirely as an equal. "Mr. Potter. It is, not a pleasure, given the circumstances. But I'm very glad you're not the boy Dumbledore designed you to be." "So am I," Harry said. The days before the board meeting had a specific quality, the quality of a pressure system building just below the horizon. You couldn't point to any single moment and say there, that's where it tipped, but you could feel the accumulated weight of things being set in motion. Dumbledore was visible more than usual. He appeared at meals, moved through the corridors, stopped to speak with students, first years especially, with the warm, unhurried attention of a man who had nothing pressing on his schedule. It was excellent work. Harry watched it with the attention he gave to anything that was technically impressive regardless of its intent. He sent for McGonagall twice in 4 days, for meetings that lasted between 30 and 90 minutes. She reported to Harry after each one, briefly, factually, without editorializing. The first meeting had been a general discussion of the board agenda. The second had been Dumbledore proposing, with great warmth and evident concern, that given Harry's unusual situation at the start of term, a formal internal review committee might be the most constructive path. "You said no," Harry said. "I said I would discuss it with you," McGonagall said. "Since any resolution of your situation requires your consent. And the fact that you said that rather than no, tells him that your consent is the operative variable," she said. "Which is true, and which also gives us information. Whatever he does next will be oriented toward getting to you directly." It was. 2 days before the board meeting, a letter arrived for Harry at breakfast. No Hogwarts seal. Ministry crest in the corner. Written in an elegant, unhurried hand. "Dear Harry, I hope the term has begun well for you. It occurs to me that in the rush of these first weeks, we have not had the opportunity for the conversation I have long hoped to share with you. There is a great deal I would like to explain, context that I believe would help you understand the decisions that have shaped your life, and the extraordinary importance of the work still ahead of us. I would very much like to meet, privately, as equals. I believe that if you hear my reasoning, you will find it not unreasonable. My door remains open. Yours, with deep affection and regard, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read it twice. Folded it. Set it beside his plate. That's not the headmaster writing, Ron said, reading over his shoulder without apology. No, Harry said. That's someone who's used to explaining his way out of things and believes he can do it again. Are you going to meet with him? Harry thought about it for exactly as long as it deserved. No, he said. Won't that antagonize him? He's already operating against my interests, Harry said. Whether he's antagonized is not my primary concern. He picked up the letter. Hermione. If I wanted to formally decline a meeting requested by a headmaster in writing, citing student charter protections, what section would I cite? Hermione, who had been reading but was clearly also listening, said without looking up, Section 12, Clause 3, the right to decline direct administrative communication pending active institutional investigation, with notice to the student's designated faculty representative. She paused. You'd need McGonagall's countersignature. She'll give it, Harry said. He wrote the response between breakfast and first class, short, correct in tone, entirely grounded in charter language that left no room for interpretation, and had it countersigned and returned to Dumbledore's office before 9. By lunch, the board had responded. Quirrell hadn't been on Harry's active list until the Thursday before the board meeting. He'd noticed the defense teacher the way he noticed everything, catalogued, filed, not yet actioned. A nervous man with a stutter and a purple turban that several people had made unkind jokes about, whose teaching was uneven in a way that suggested he knew more than he was showing. The hat had given Harry the name in passing, Quirinus Quirrell, flagged in the transmission as a proximity concern, the annotation attached to one of the later numbered acts. Harry hadn't had time to work out what that meant in the first rush of everything else. Thursday afternoon changed that. He was in the library, running through legal precedents for Hermione's benefit. She was building a secondary argument about the Charter Rights Clause in the context of the board's jurisdiction, when he felt it. Not a sound, not a movement. Just the specific sensation of someone watching him from a direction where there shouldn't be anyone. He looked up slowly. Quirrell was at the end of the aisle. Not browsing. Standing. Looking at Harry with an expression that had something wrong in it, not the nervous anxiety of his usual classroom manner, but something underneath it, something cold and assessing that the anxiety was worn over like a coat. Their eyes met. Quirrell smiled. His mouth did it but nothing above it followed. Mr. Potter, he said, and his voice barely stuttered at all. How are you finding the library? Educational, Harry said. I'm sure. He moved slightly, not toward Harry, not away, just a small lateral shift, the movement of someone who was reading the space. I heard about the Gringotts audit. Very thorough, by all accounts. Harry held the look. Good, he said pleasantly. These are complex times, Quirrell said. For everyone. The disruption of established structures can be. He tilted his head. Unsettling. Or clarifying, Harry said. Depending on what the established structures were doing. Quirrell's almost smile didn't change. His eyes did. Something in them sharpened and receded simultaneously, like a light going on in a room behind a dark window. You're very confident for someone who doesn't know everything yet, Quirrell said. I don't need to know everything, Harry said. I just need to know enough. A pause. Then Quirrell nodded, once, gracious, somehow more unsettling for being gracious, and walked away between the shelves. Harry watched him go. Hermione, who had gone very still beside him, said quietly, that was strange. Yes, Harry said. The way he spoke, it wasn't quite like how he talks in class. No. Harry looked at the space where Quirrell had been. The hat had flagged him as a proximity concern. Not a teaching concern, not an administrative concern. Proximity. He's watching me, Harry said. Not Dumbledore's kind of watching. Something else. Hermione looked at him. Should we tell McGonagall? Harry thought about the board meeting in 4 days. About bones in the building and the documentation being presented and the entire formal structure that had been built carefully and was now sitting ready to function. He thought about Quirrell's cold eyes in a nervous man's face, and the turban, and the fact that nobody had thought to look closely at a nervous man with a stutter. Yes, he said. And I want to do some research tonight. On defense teachers and the history of that position. I already have notes on that, Hermione said, reaching into her bag. Of course you do, Harry said. She pulled out a roll of parchment. The position has been cursed for approximately 20 years, no teacher has lasted more than a year. There's no definitive source on the curse's origin, but the timing, she spread the parchment, correlates with Voldemort's first attempt to take the teaching position. Harry looked at the timeline she charted. Voldemort had applied. Dumbledore had said no. The curse had started the following year. So Dumbledore created the situation, he said. He blocked Voldemort from a position Voldemort wanted, which produced a curse on the position, which means every defense teacher since has been either compromised or gone within a year. Which means whoever is in the position now, is either Dumbledore's pick and therefore controllable, or Voldemort's asset and therefore dangerous. Harry looked at the end of the aisle where Quirrell had stood. Or both, which is a more complicated situation. You think Quirrell is one of them? Harry thought about the eyes behind the nervous expression. The stutter that had disappeared for 30 seconds. The specific word he'd chosen, disruption. I think, Harry said carefully, that we need more information. And I think we should have it before the board meeting, not after. He went to McGonagall's office that night. She listened without interrupting, which was her habit and one he'd come to appreciate. When he finished describing the library exchange she was quiet for a moment, then she opened her desk drawer and removed a folder he hadn't seen before. I've had concerns about Quirinus for some time, she said. He was Dumbledore's appointment, specifically requested, over 2 other qualified candidates. He returned from a year's sabbatical abroad with a nervous disposition he didn't have when he left and knowledge of the dark arts that he's significantly underrepresenting in his teaching. She opened the folder. I raised this in August. Dumbledore said he'd been through a difficult experience abroad and needed time to settle. Did you believe that? At the time, more than I do now. She closed the folder. What you've described, the loss of the stutter, the specific language about disruption, that's not anxiety. That's performance. He was performing anxiety at you, and he slipped. So something else is wearing the performance, Harry said. McGonagall's expression was precisely controlled. I'm going to contact the Board of Governors tonight, specifically, about Quirrell. Separately from the main agenda items. I want it on record before the meeting. She looked at Harry. And I want you to be careful. I'm always careful, Harry said. No, she said, not unkindly. You're strategic and controlled and extremely competent. That is not the same as careful. Careful means not walking into the defense corridor alone until we have a clearer picture. Harry looked at her. Agreed, he said. What else? Severus, she said. I spoke to him this afternoon. He had something to say about Quirrell, I think you should hear it from him directly. A pause. He asked that you come to the lab tomorrow morning. Before breakfast. All right, Harry said. He left her office and walked back toward Gryffindor Tower through the quiet evening castle, and he thought about the board. Bones had the inquiry building. McGonagall had the board meeting prepared. The Gringotts audit was documented. Pomfrey's assessment was filed. The coalition of professors was solid. The formal structure was intact. And underneath all of it, behind a nervous man's borrowed face, something old and cold and very patient was watching Harry from the library stacks and deciding whether the disruption needed to be managed. Not yet, Harry thought, to whatever was behind Quirrell's eyes. Not on your terms. Snape's lab at 6 in the morning was as it always was, low light, the smell of base compounds, the quiet precision of a man who did his best thinking before the castle woke up. He was at the central bench when Harry arrived, but he wasn't working. He was standing with his arms crossed and looking at the door, which meant he'd heard Harry coming and had been waiting. "Quirrell," Snape said, without preamble. "McGonagall said you had something." "He came to see me 2 days ago," Snape said. "Late evening. He wanted to discuss the theoretical properties of the Philosopher's Stone." His voice was absolutely flat. Specifically, its capacity to produce a permanent bodily reconstitution from a spiritual remnant. The words landed in the room like stones in water. "The stone," Harry said. "It's here." "It has been here since the summer," Snape said. "Moved from Gringotts. Dumbledore's arrangement, with Nicholas Flamel. The protections are significant." He looked at Harry with dark, level eyes. Quirrell asked questions that implied knowledge of its presence and its location. He was careful about it, not obvious. "But I know what precise questions sound like, and those questions were precise." "What did you tell him?" "Nothing." Snape held his gaze. "I told him I found the theoretical aspects of immortality potions uninteresting and suggested he consult the restricted section." A pause. "Which he will, eventually. The stone is the object, Potter. It's what Quirrell, and whoever is behind Quirrell, actually came to Hogwarts for." Harry processed this. "So the timeline isn't the board meeting," he said. "The board meeting is Dumbledore's problem. The stone is a different problem on a different clock." "Yes. How much time do we have?" "The protections are significant, as I said. Multiple layers. I designed one of them myself." Snape's jaw was tight. "Whoever gets through them will need time and very specific knowledge. My estimate, weeks. Possibly less if they're further ahead in their preparations than I'm aware of." "The board meeting is in 4 days," Harry said. "I'm aware. After the meeting, Dumbledore's position changes. His authority narrows. The protections on the stone, are any of them under his direct control?" Snape's eyes were sharp. "One," he said. "If his authority is formally challenged, he won't dismantle a protection on the stone because a board is asking inconvenient questions," Snape said. "He's not careless. I know. But if he's managing 2 separate problems simultaneously, the board inquiry and Quirrell, and his resources and attention are divided," Harry looked at him. "We shouldn't wait for the stone to become an active crisis after the board meeting. We should assume the timeline is faster than we think." Snape was quiet for a moment. "What are you proposing?" "I want to know what the protection sequence looks like. Not to circumvent it, to understand what Quirrell would need to get through it, and whether there's a way to add a layer that he specifically can't pass." Harry met his gaze. "Something that would stop whatever is behind Quirrell specifically. Not just Quirrell." Snape studied him. "Something that would stop a soul without a body," he said slowly. "Or disrupt one," Harry said. "You work in dark magic counter-research. Is there a compound?" "There might be." Snape turned back to his bench, and the turn had the particular quality of a man who has just found the direction he needed and is moving toward it. "The base preparation I've been developing for the Horcrux extraction, modified, it might produce a contact deterrent. Something that creates an acutely hostile environment for a soul fragment existing outside its natural housing." He was already moving through his shelves. "I would need 3 days. "You have 4, Harry said. Snape pulled down a jar, examined it, replaced it. "I'll need 2 days. Don't touch anything on the way out." "I never do," Harry said. He left the lab as the castle was beginning to wake up around him, the sounds of early risers and moving portraits and the particular morning shift of Hogwarts getting underway. The sky through the corridor windows was lightening toward a gray September dawn, and somewhere above him the great hall was filling with the smell of breakfast. 4 days to the board meeting. 2 days to Snape's deterrent. Quirrell was moving. Whoever was behind Quirrell was watching. Harry ate breakfast with Ron and Hermione. Ron talked Quidditch. Hermione produced a revised version of her board politics map with 3 new annotations, and the great hall rattled on around them, enormous and ordinary and alive, and Harry sat in the middle of all of it and thought, and when he was done thinking he picked up his fork and ate his eggs, because Pomfrey had told him to eat properly and she was right about that too. The board was moving. All of it, all at once, in all directions. He was moving too. The day before the board meeting, Dumbledore called the full staff to his office. Harry knew this because Neville, who had the particular gift of being present at things people forgot he was present at, had been walking past the headmaster's office corridor at the time and had heard the summons going round. He relayed this to Harry at lunch with the worried face of someone who wasn't sure if it was important. It was important. Harry went to find McGonagall immediately, but she was already on her way to find him, striding across the courtyard with the focused economy that meant something had developed. "He's calling it a faculty consultation," she said, without slowing. Harry turned and walked beside her. Standard practice before a board meeting, a headmaster may consult with faculty on matters before the board. He will use it to attempt to secure consensus statements from the staff. Testimonials to his judgment and the context of his decisions. She glanced at him. "He needs the faculty on record before tomorrow." "And you're going to this meeting," Harry said. "I am." Her voice was even. "As are Filius, Pomona, and every other professor in this school. What I want is for you to understand what's happening and to not," she stopped herself. Restarted. "He may succeed in softening some of them. Not everyone who received the transmission has responded to it the same way. There are colleagues who respect Dumbledore deeply and who are finding the recontextualization genuinely difficult. And if some of them sign a consensus statement, then the board has conflicting faculty positions to weigh," McGonagall said. "Which is less clean than unanimous support, but it doesn't change the documentary evidence." She stopped in the corridor and looked at him directly. "Harry. Whatever comes out of that staff meeting, the evidence stands independently of faculty opinion. The Gringotts audit doesn't require anyone's endorsement. Madame Pomfrey's assessment is filed with St. Mungo's. The correspondence records are from this office's own files." She held his gaze. "You understand? The case doesn't depend on unanimous faculty support," he said. "But unanimous faculty support would be powerful, and he knows it." "Yes. What will you say? In the meeting?" She looked at him for a moment. The morning light in the corridor made her expression very clear, the particular clarity of someone who has made a decision they won't revisit. "I will say," she said, "exactly what I know to be true. And I will say it clearly enough that no one in that room can pretend they didn't understand." She walked on toward the headmaster's office. Harry watched her go, and he thought about 40 years of trust and what it cost to dismantle it piece by piece in a staff meeting in front of the man who had held it. He thought McGonagall would do it anyway. He thought she would do it exactly as she'd said, clearly, without softness, without retreat. He went back to his afternoon class, and when the board meeting came in the morning, he would be in his transfiguration lesson as scheduled, in his seat with his textbook open, doing exactly what he was supposed to be doing. The board was moving. He had moved every piece he could reach. The rest was other people's work, and he trusted the people doing it. That was new. The trusting. He decided to keep it. Chapter 5, What the Scar Remembers. The board meeting happened without Harry in the room, which was exactly as it should be. He knew it was happening because the castle felt different that morning, a subtle pressure, like barometric change, the way a building absorbs the energy of something significant occurring inside it. McGonagall had left Gryffindor Tower at 7, dressed not in teaching robes but in formal academic dress, the dark green with the silver trim that Harry had only seen once before in a portrait of a previous deputy headmistress. She hadn't said anything to him, but she'd paused at the portrait hole and looked back, and Harry had nodded, and she'd gone. He went to Transfiguration. Then to Charms. Then to lunch. The staff table had 4 empty seats. McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and Dumbledore himself were all upstairs in the boardroom, and the remaining professors ate with the careful normality of people performing routine while something seismic happened 3 floors above them. Quirrell was in his seat. Harry watched him eat for approximately 45 seconds and then stopped, because watching Quirrell was the kind of thing that would only matter when it needed to. Ron talked Quidditch. Hermione had finished the secondary charter argument and was now working on a supplementary brief about the financial restitution precedents that nobody had asked her for but that she was fairly certain would be needed. Neville asked Harry about the plant on his windowsill, which had apparently begun growing at twice its standard rate, and whether that was normal. "What did you change about how you're talking to it?" Harry asked. Neville blinked. "I started telling it things. Just, things about my day." "Then that's probably why," Harry said. "Plants respond to attention. Your Gran's garden, does she talk to them?" "Constantly," Neville said, with the specific wonder of someone making a connection they'd been standing next to for years. "There you go," Harry said, and went back to his lunch, and the ordinary afternoon unreeled around them while the Board of Governors of Hogwarts sat in a room upstairs and looked at 38 documented acts and were asked to decide what to do about them. McGonagall found him in the common room at 4:30. She sat down across from him, not in her usual precise, upright way but with the particular weight of someone who has been sitting in a formal meeting for 6 hours and whose body has registered its objections. Her formal robes were unclipped at the collar. Her hair was still impeccable. Her eyes were the eyes of someone who had done something difficult and thorough and was now, very carefully, coming down from it. Ron made himself scarce with the practiced instinct of someone with many siblings who could read private conversation incoming at 30 paces. Hermione stayed, because Hermione had been in the room for every relevant development and Harry had never asked her to leave, which she had correctly interpreted as implicit inclusion. The board voted, McGonagall said. Harry waited. 8-4 in favor of referring the matter to an external Wisengamot inquiry, she said. The 4 dissenting votes were Dumbledore's direct network, 2 who voted against purely on procedural grounds, 2 who voted against because they genuinely believe his judgment has always been sound. She folded her hands. 8-4 is sufficient. The referral goes to the Wisengamot within 10 days. Hermione let out a breath. Harry didn't, because he'd been holding his loosely enough that there was nothing to release. The financial investigation, he said. Referred simultaneously to the DMLE, with the Gringotts audit as primary evidence. Amelia Bones will open a formal investigation within the week. McGonagall paused. Lucius Malfoy voted with the majority. Harry looked at her. Did he say why? He said, and I'm quoting because it was memorable, that the integrity of Hogwarts governance could not be maintained if individual officers of the institution were permitted to operate outside their chartered authority, regardless of their intentions. She held Harry's gaze. He is not your ally. He has his own agenda. But his vote was correct today. I know, Harry said. How did Dumbledore take it? McGonagall was quiet for a moment. He was, she chose the word slowly. Gracious. He accepted the vote without contest, said he would cooperate fully with any inquiry, and asked that the welfare of students at Hogwarts be kept central to all discussions. She looked at her hands. He is very good at accepting setbacks without appearing to accept them. Within his graciousness was an entire strategy for the next phase. Managing the Wisengamot narrative, Hermione said. Yes. McGonagall looked at her with an expression of mild surprise. Precisely. He'll need 6 weeks minimum to rebuild credibility with the swing votes, Hermione said, with the confident specificity of someone who had mapped this. The key members are Griselda Marchbanks and the 3 independents who don't owe him anything. If he can get 2 of the 3 independents before the hearing, the majority narrows significantly. McGonagall looked from Hermione to Harry. You two have been busy. She has, Harry said. I just asked the right questions. Hermione shook her head. He asked the right questions and understood the answers immediately. I do the research. He does the interpretation. It's a system. A very small, very real smile crossed McGonagall's face. It lasted about a second, which was the longest Harry had seen one last on her. We have a referral, she said, returning to business. That is the significant thing. The rest is a longer road, but the direction is set. She looked at Harry. How are you? Ready for what's next, he said. That's not entirely what I asked. Harry leaned back in the armchair. Outside the common room windows, the September afternoon was turning toward early evening, the sky going the specific violet of autumn at altitude. Down on the grounds, he could see a couple of older students walking the lake path, unhurried, the ordinary machinery of school life continuing around the extraordinary events running underneath it. I'm fine, he said, and it was true, and also not the whole picture. There's still Quirrell. McGonagall's expression sharpened. Yes. Snape's deterrent compound will be ready tomorrow, Harry said. We need to talk about the stone. I've already spoken to Phileas about the protections, she said. There are 7 layers. Severus confirmed this morning that he's concerned about the timeline. She met his eyes. What are you thinking? I'm thinking, Harry said carefully, that Quirrell is going to make a move. Whatever is behind him, and I think we all know what that is not going to watch the board referral happen and do nothing. The stone is a contingency. It's not Plan A anymore. Plan A was Dumbledore's architecture. Harry Potter walks into death, Voldemort is destroyed, the wizarding world is saved. That plan just lost a significant structural component. He looked at her steadily. Which means the stone becomes more urgent, not less. The thing behind Quirrell needs a body. If the designed solution is being dismantled, it accelerates to the backup. McGonagall was quiet for a long moment. You're saying the board meeting today may have triggered something. I'm saying it's possible, Harry said. And I'd rather be wrong and prepared than right and unprepared. She stood. I'll speak to Severus tonight. And Phileas. She looked down at him. You will not go near the 3rd-floor corridor, the restricted section, or any area of the castle that is not your standard route between classes and common room. Is that clear? Completely, Harry said. She looked at him with the specific expression of someone who wanted to believe that answer and was professionally obligated to be slightly suspicious of it. I mean it, Harry said. I'm not going to go looking for trouble tonight. Tonight there's nothing I can do that the adults in this building can't do better. The stone needs professors, not a first year. He paused. Tomorrow might be different. Tomorrow, she said, we will assess together. She moved toward the portrait hole. Stopped. You handled yourself extremely well today, Harry. Every part of it. So did you, he said. She left. Harry sat in the firelight and thought about Voldemort and contingencies and the specific cold quality of Quirrell's eyes in the library stacks. He's not done, Hermione said quietly. No, Harry agreed. Not even close. Snape's deterrent compound was ready by Thursday morning, ahead of schedule, which told Harry something about how much of Wednesday night Snape had spent in the lab. It was contained in a small glass vial, dark, viscous, the color of deep water, and Snape held it up when Harry arrived at 6 in the morning and looked at it with the critical eye of someone who was satisfied and too honest to pretend he was merely satisfied. Contact deterrent is the wrong term for it, Snape said. It's more precise than that. It works on the specific signature of a soul fragment existing outside its natural anchoring structure. When introduced into an environment, volatilized, dispersed into air, it creates acute distress for any such fragment. The effect is analogous to an extremely high-pitched sound in a confined space. The fragment cannot function effectively. It cannot direct, cannot communicate, cannot sustain its influence over a host. Temporarily? Harry said. Yes. Duration depends on the concentration and the environment. In an enclosed space with adequate initial dispersal, Snape calculated, briefly. 30 to 40 minutes of effective disruption. Possibly longer, depending on the fragment's remaining strength. Harry looked at the vial. How do you volatilize it? Breaking the vial releases it as a fine mist. The compound is stable until impact. After impact, you have approximately 90 seconds before full dispersal. He set it on the bench. I made 2. Harry looked at him. You made 2. I was in the lab anyway, Snape said, which was such an obvious deflection that Harry decided not to address it. He picked up one vial and looked at it in the light. The other stays here, Snape said. For the secondary deterrent layer I'm adding to the stone protections tonight. You're modifying the protection sequence. Adding to it. Specifically, adding a contact deterrent chamber between the 4th and 5th layers. Whatever gets through the first 4 encounters it before reaching the stone itself. He looked at Harry with dark, even eyes. It won't stop a determined entry attempt. But it will compromise the directing intelligence significantly. Harry pocketed the vial. Does McGonagall know about this? I spoke to her last night. A pause. She agreed it was the correct approach. Good. Harry moved toward the door, then stopped. The base preparation. For the Horcrux extraction. Is it still running? Snape's jaw tightened slightly. Yes. On a separate bench. The deterrent work ran in parallel. He looked at the far bench where a low, steady heat maintained the base preparation. They share a theoretical root. It was efficient. You've been up since what, Tuesday? I sleep, Snape said, in a voice that was technically accurate and practically unconvincing. When it is strategically viable. Harry looked at him. He thought about what McGonagall had said, whether it's a burst of fury that burns out. It hadn't burned out. It was running in parallel. It was efficient. Professor Snape, Harry said. Don't, Snape said. I'm not going to say anything soppy, Harry said. I just want to tell you that I know what it costs. To work this hard on something for someone you don't particularly like, because it's the right thing to do. I've had some practice with that myself. He held Snape's gaze. It matters. I want you to know it matters. Snape looked at him for a long moment. Something moved in his expression, not warmth, exactly, but a recognition. The specific recognition of someone who has been understood accurately by someone they expected to understand nothing. Go to class, he said. Going, Harry said. Friday arrived with the unhurried certainty of things that have been building long enough to become inevitable. Harry felt it when he woke, the particular quality of a morning that is not ordinary, the way certain days have a texture to them before anything has happened. He lay in the dormitory dark for a moment, listening to the castle around him, and then he got up and dressed and went down to the common room before the others were awake. There was a note on the chair nearest the fire. He recognized the handwriting immediately. The defense teacher did not return to his quarters last night. I have spoken to Phileas. Do not go anywhere alone today. Harry read it twice. Folded it. Put it in his pocket. He went back upstairs, knocked on Ron's bed curtain, and said, "Get up. Something's happening." Ron was awake in about 4 seconds. Weasley reflexes, Harry suspected, were calibrated by years of Fred and George. He sat up, read the note when Harry handed it over, and said, "Right," in the voice of someone who had decided to be useful rather than frightened. "I need to find Hermione," Harry said. "And I need you to stay close today." "I'm coming with you," Ron said. "That's what I mean by stay close," Harry said. Hermione was already in the common room when they came back down, sitting by the window with a book she wasn't reading, her eyes on the door. She looked at Harry when he appeared and said, "Something woke me. I don't know what." "Quirrell's gone from his quarters," Harry said. She closed the book. "The stone." "That's my assumption." Harry sat across from her. The fire was low, the common room dark except for the grey early light from the windows. "McGonagall knows. Flitwick knows. They'll be moving on it." He thought about the protection sequence, 7 layers, Snape's deterrent chamber added between the 4th and 5th. He thought about what Snape had said, whatever gets through the first 4. The first 4 layers Quirrell can manage. He's been planning this for months. The 5th and 6th and 7th, he'll have prepared for those too, Hermione said. If he's had this long. The deterrent compound changes the equation at the chamber between 4 and 5, Harry said. Volatilized, sustained for 30 to 40 minutes. That's the intervention point. He paused. The question is whether the professors get there first. What do we do? Ron said. Harry looked at them both. Ron had his wand out already, held loosely in the way of someone who had grown up with magic and was comfortable with it as a reflex. Hermione had both hands flat on the table in the position he'd started to recognize as her physical signal for "I am thinking very fast, please wait." "We wait," Harry said. "Right now, in this specific moment, we wait." He held up a hand before Ron's expression could become an objection. "McGonagall is already moving. She's a fully qualified professor and a formidable witch. Flitwick was a dueling champion. Snape knows the protection sequence personally. These are not the adults who miss things, these are the ones who've been awake for 2 weeks building the case, building the deterrent, building the response. We don't barrel in and make their job harder." "But," Ron started. "If something changes," Harry said, "if we receive information that changes the picture, we reassess. But right now, the right move is to let the people who know the full layout do their work." He looked at Hermione. "Did I miss anything?" "No," she said. "That's correct. The tactical argument is sound." She paused. "But you're not entirely comfortable with it." She was right. He wasn't. There was something in the air of the castle, that specific pressure, building since he'd woken up, that had a direction to it, and the direction was the 3rd floor, and every instinct he had was pointing that way and suggesting he pay attention. "I'm watching," he said. "If the picture changes, we move." It changed at 8:10. The note arrived by a very small, very fast owl that landed on the common room windowsill, rapped on the glass twice, and dropped a strip of parchment when Hermione opened it. The parchment had 2 words in Flitwick's compressed handwriting, 3rd floor. Harry was on his feet before Hermione finished reading it. "That's a summons, not a warning," Ron said, reading over her shoulder. "Yes," Harry said. "Let's go." They went through the portrait hole and into the corridor, moving at the quick, purposeful pace that was fast without being a run, and Harry's mind was doing several things simultaneously, mapping the route, assessing the castle sounds, feeling ahead with the particular instinct that Flitwick had started calling magical awareness. The low-level reading of ambient magical energy that Harry had discovered he had and was now learning to use deliberately. The castle felt wrong. Not catastrophically wrong, not the feeling of something broken. But the specific wrongness of a large magical disturbance in one concentrated area, the way a fire doesn't just produce heat but produces changes in air pressure and sound and smell around its location. "Quirrell's already in," Harry said. "How do you know?" Ron said. "The ambient field," Harry said. 3rd floor. Something's been disrupted, a protection sequence going down. He looked at Hermione. "He's through the first 4 layers. The deterrent chamber is next." The stairs opened onto the 3rd floor corridor with its locked door, except the door was open. Not broken, not forced. Open, the way a door opens when someone has moved through the magic holding it properly. Flitwick was on the other side, in the corridor that led toward the trapdoor room. He turned when they arrived. "Good," he said, without preamble. You received the note. What's the situation? Harry said. Quirrell is through the first 4 layers. He encountered Severus's chamber approximately 5 minutes ago. Flitwick's expression was carefully controlled, the dueling champion under the professor. Severus is inside, he went in ahead. McGonagall is behind the mirror layer, 6th layer from the front, managing the containment. He looked at Harry. The problem is the 7th layer. The last protection is a logic puzzle, potions, not magic. And Quirrell, he stopped. The deterrent is working, Harry said. 30 to 40 minutes. But if whatever is directing him gets through the puzzle has a single solution, Flitwick said. 1 bottle permits passage forward. The directing intelligence, the fragment behind Quirrell's eyes, it has been solving dark magic puzzles for 50 years. Given time, even disrupted, it may work through it. How much time before the deterrent wears off? Harry said. Approximately 20 minutes remaining at the concentration in the chamber. Flitwick met Harry's eyes. The solution to the logic puzzle, Severus knows it. But Severus is managing the containment in the chamber. He cannot be in 2 places simultaneously. A pause. Ron and Hermione were very still. I know logic, Harry said. Flitwick looked at him. The look that calculated, assessed, and landed. The 7th layer is a row of bottles, Flitwick said. There is a parchment with the clues. The forward bottle is the smallest of the lot. This is not guesswork, this is the solution Severus built in. Cold to touch. Slightly luminescent. He held Harry's gaze. Severus designed it to be solvable by someone who approaches it analytically and doesn't panic. Right, Harry said. He turned to Ron and Hermione. Ron, stay with Flitwick. Hermione, you're coming with me. You're better at logic sequences than I am. I thought you said we wait for the adults, Ron said. This is the adults asking, Harry said, and looked at Flitwick, who gave a single decisive nod. Ron looked at Harry. Then at the open door. Then back at Harry, and his expression was the expression of someone who has made a decision with their whole chest. Go, he said. I've got this end. Harry went. The corridor through the trapdoor, through the devil's snare, through the winged keys, none of it was empty, but none of it slowed them significantly. Harry had read about devil's snare when it appeared in herbology notes and knew the counter-instinct immediately. The keys were a flying puzzle, which was pure spatial logic, and Harry's instincts in 3-dimensional space were, he would figure out later why, but for now, excellent. They found the right key in under a minute. The chess room was the one that stopped them. Life-sized. Black and white pieces that stood with the patient menace of things that had been waiting a long time to be useful. Harry looked at the board in the low, cathedral light and felt the piece's attention on him, not alive, not exactly, but aware. Enchanted awareness, the specific intelligence of a very complex charm. He's been through here, Hermione said, looking at the pieces. Some of them are damaged. He forced his way. Or the intelligence did, Harry said. He studied the board. The forced path Quirrell had taken had left a gap, pieces moved without strategic elegance, brute force progress across the board. We can go through the same gap, Harry said, looking at the geometry of it. He disturbed the pieces but didn't finish the game. If we complete the sequence, we'd have to finish his game from his position, Hermione said, moving forward to study the board properly. Her eyes tracked across the pieces with the rapid precision of someone running calculations. He's 8 moves from the end. The pieces they're waiting. They won't attack if someone completes the sequence correctly. She looked up at Harry. Black has a winning position if knight to e5, then rook to b8, bishop, show me, Harry said. She did. Not on paper, she called the moves as she identified them. Harry confirmed the piece positions, and they moved through it together like a conversation at speed. The chess pieces held their response, watching the sequence with something like ancient patience, and when the final move completed, White King toppled, the board's enchantment satisfied, the path to the door opened cleanly. Brilliant, Harry said. Knight to e5 was the key, she said, slightly breathless. Once that was locked and the rest was forced. It always comes down to one move, he said, and they went through the door. The troll room was already neutralized, McGonagall's work, Harry assumed, because the troll was unconscious in a corner with the particular quality of something put down by someone who was in a hurry and not gentle about it. Through the next door the mirror room, the 6th layer, and here the corridor opened into something large and stone-floored, lit with enchanted sconces that burned without flame. McGonagall was at the far side of the mirror room, standing at the door to the 7th layer, and she turned when they came through with an expression that was equal parts relief and controlled alarm. Harry. Hermione. She looked at them for 1 second. Phileas sent you. The 7th layer, Harry said. The logic puzzle. Snape's inside the deterrent chamber. He's holding the chamber, McGonagall said. The deterrent is weakening. Whatever is driving Quirrell, it's beginning to function again. I can hear it. Quirrell is at the puzzle. Her jaw was set. There are 9 bottles. Snape's notes are on the parchment inside the door. The solution requires reading the logic in sequence. I have 17 other things happening simultaneously, or I would have. I've got it, Harry said. Harry, I've got it, he said again, not loud, not defiant, just certain. He looked at her steadily. Hermione is better at pure logic sequences. I'm better at reading magical intention. Together we're better than either of us alone. We read the puzzle, we solve it, we take the forward bottle to wherever needs it. He paused. What's on the other side of the 7th layer? McGonagall looked at him. The Mirror of Erist, she said. Dumbledore keyed the final protection to it. The stone can only be retrieved by someone who wants it but doesn't intend to use it. Harry thought about that. About a soul fragment that wanted immortality. The mirror will show Quirrell exactly what he wants, he said. Which means he can see it but not reach it. That's the design, McGonagall said. Then the puzzle bottle isn't to reach the stone, Harry said. It's to reach Quirrell at the mirror. And do what, exactly? McGonagall looked at him. Keep him there long enough for us to get proper restraints around him. What's behind Quirrell, even weakened, is dangerous. I know, Harry said. The vial Snape gave me, the second deterrent compound. 1 vial for the chamber, 1 vial for direct application. He touched his pocket. If I can get close enough to break it near Quirrell, Harry, McGonagall said, and her voice was the voice of someone choosing to trust rather than protect, which was harder. Listen to me. I'm listening. What's behind Quirrell, even at 20% function, is not something an 11-year-old should be confronting alone. I know, he said. But you said you have 17 other things happening simultaneously, and the deterrent is weakening, and Quirrell is at the puzzle right now. The timing matters more than the age. He looked at her. I have the compound. I know what it does. I know that my mother's magic is still active in my scar, and based on what Snape told me about the membrane, whatever is behind Quirrell won't be able to reach through it. Not easily. Not without cost. McGonagall looked at him for a long, complete moment, the look of someone calculating probability and consequence and trust simultaneously. You will not attempt direct magical confrontation, she said. I won't need to, Harry said. Break the vial. Back up. Let the compound do what it does. Then hold the position until you or Snape arrive. 10 minutes, she said. I can be through that door in 10 minutes. Then that's all the time I need. He looked at Hermione. You solve the puzzle. I'll wait. Hermione was already reading the parchment on the door. Her eyes moved down the logic sequence, and Harry watched her face, which was the face of someone operating at full speed and not frightened, exactly, but very, very awake. 3 minutes, she said. It took her 2. She identified the correct bottle, smallest, cold to the touch, faintly luminescent, exactly as Flitwick had described, and handed it to Harry, and their eyes met for a second. "Come back," she said. "Of course," he said. He opened the door. The room beyond was circular, high-ceilinged, lit by nothing visible but present with a low, sourceless light that came from everywhere and nowhere. At the center was the mirror of Eriste, tall, ornate, its frame inscribed with the reversed legend, its surface showing not a reflection but a depth, a world inside the glass that breathed differently from the real one. And in front of it, Quirrell. He was standing with his back to Harry, both hands raised, pressing against the mirror's surface with the frustrated desperation of something that wants what it can see but cannot reach. His posture had changed entirely from the nervous, shuffling classroom manner. He was rigid, tall, vibrating with a concentrated intensity that had nothing of the stuttering defense professor in it. The turban, Harry noticed, had shifted. Something under it moved. Harry crossed the room quietly, reading the ambient field as he moved. The deterrent compound Snape had added to the chamber behind him was residual now, thin, the last 30 minutes of it fading. The directing intelligence behind Quirrell was recovering function, returning to full capacity. Harry could feel it in the quality of the air, a cold, specific pressure, the presence of something that had been dormant and was waking up. He got to within 15 feet of Quirrell before the figure at the mirror went still. "I know you're there," Quirrell said. His voice was fully changed now, no stutter, no nervous cadence. The voice was deep and carried, and the inflection beneath it was something older than Quirrell, something that had not been human for a long time but remembered it perfectly. "Harry Potter." "Quirrell," Harry said. "You are extraordinarily persistent for a child." "I've been told that," Harry said pleasantly. His hand was in his pocket, fingers around the vial. 15 feet. He needed 10. Quirrell turned. His face was its own, still Quirrell's face, but the eyes were wrong, the way they'd been wrong in the library, only now there was nothing performed about it. The cold intelligence looked at Harry with naked, assessing directness. "The board meeting," the voice said. "Your little investigation. You've been very busy." Something in the voice held neither anger nor warmth, just the specific tone of someone running a calculation. "Do you understand what you're interfering with?" "I understand exactly what I'm interfering with," Harry said, taking a single step forward as he spoke. 14 feet. A plan that was built around my death. I find that particular plan easy to object to. Dumbledore's plan, yes. His sentimentality was always his greatest flaw. The head tilted. My objectives and his are not the same. "I know," Harry said. "You want the stone." Another casual step, time to the last word. 13 feet. "And you're looking at it right now in the mirror but you can't reach it. Because whatever you want it for, you want it the wrong way." A pause. The eyes studied him. "You're moving toward me." "Yes," Harry said, and took the last 2 steps without pretending otherwise. 12 feet. He pulled the vial from his pocket. The glass was smooth and cool, the compound inside dark and still. The thing behind Quirrell's eyes flared, a cold, volcanic pressure that Harry felt like a sudden change in the room's gravity. It pressed against him, against his scar specifically, and the scar lit up, not the sharp pain of later years, but a heat, or resistance, the specific sensation of Lily Potter's magic doing exactly what it was built to do. "Interesting," the voice said. "Your mother's charm. Still active." A pause. "It won't protect you from everything." "Doesn't need to," Harry said, and broke the vial. The compound dispersed instantly, a fine, dark mist that bloomed outward from the point of impact and filled the lower 2 feet of air in the room with the volatilized deterrent. Harry stepped back immediately, clearing the dispersal zone, and watched. The effect was not dramatic. It was not an explosion or a scream or a collapse. It was the effect Snape had described, acute distress for any soul fragment existing outside its natural anchoring structure, and what it looked like from the outside was this: Quirrell folded. His hands dropped from the mirror, his legs went, he sat down on the floor with the abrupt gracelessness of a puppet with cut strings, and his face, his own face, Quirrell's face, came back into it like a man surfacing from very cold water. And then, from somewhere near the back of Quirrell's skull, under the turban, from the direction of something that was not Quirrell and had been wearing him for a year, came a sound. Not a scream. Lower than that. The specific sound Snape had said it would make, analogous to an extremely high-pitched sound in a confined space, except that it wasn't high-pitched, it was low and harmonic and deeply unpleasant in the way of frequencies that the body understands as wrong without the brain identifying why. Harry backed up to the wall and held his position. Quirrell was on the floor, hands pressed to his turban, making small confused sounds. The mirror stood between them, still breathing its interior world, the stone presumably still inside it, unreachable, waiting. Harry waited with it. He had said 10 minutes. He was going to give her 10 minutes. He stood against the wall of the circular room with the fading mist of Snape's compound in the air and Quirrell on the floor and the mirror of Eriste reflecting something between them that was not this room, and he was not afraid. Not performing, not afraid. Not suppressing it. Just genuinely, functionally not afraid, in the way of someone who has examined the situation and decided that fear is not useful data right now. He looked at the mirror. At the surface that didn't reflect. It showed him something. He looked at it directly, because it was there and because not looking would have required deliberate avoidance that felt dishonest, and what the mirror showed him was, not his parents, not the expected vision of the dead restored to life. He'd half expected that, had prepared for the pull of it. What the mirror showed him was himself, older, maybe 16 or 17, standing in a room that was warm and book-lined and full of light, talking to someone he couldn't quite see. Not alone. Not isolated. Surrounded by the specific warm clutter of a life that had been chosen rather than assigned. That's what I want, he thought. Not victory. Just that. Harry. McGonagall's voice behind him. She came through the door at exactly 8 minutes and 40 seconds, with Flitwick and Snape behind her, and she took in the room, Quirrell on the floor, Harry against the wall, the mirror standing between them, in approximately 1 second, and then she crossed to Harry and put her hand on his shoulder with the same brief, firm pressure she'd used on the night of the sorting, and this time it lasted longer. You held the position, she said. I said I would, he said. Snape was crouching beside Quirrell, wand out, running diagnostics with the speed and precision of someone assessing a complex situation for dangerous variables. He looked up at Harry briefly. The look said, "You used the second vial." Harry nodded. Snape nodded back, and returned to his work. The stone, Flitwick said, looking at the mirror. Still inside it, Harry said. He couldn't get it. The mirror worked. Flitwick turned to look at Harry with the expression Harry recognized, the recalibrating look. You looked in the mirror, Flitwick said. It wasn't an accusation. Just an observation. Yes, Harry said. And? Harry thought about the warm room. The chosen life. I want to be all right, he said. Eventually. That's what it showed me. He paused. I don't think that's a dangerous desire. No, McGonagall said, very quietly. It is not. Quirrell on the floor made a small sound, confused, exhausted, himself again in the specific way of someone who has been vacated by something that had occupied them for too long. The thing that had occupied him had retreated under the deterrent's influence but not gone. Harry could still feel it, reduced and disrupted, crammed back under the turban. Not gone. Present. Diminished, for now. He needs containment, Snape said, standing. And medical intervention. Immediately. He looked at Pomfrey, who had arrived at the door behind McGonagall and was already moving, her bag in hand, her expression the focused fury of someone who was converting emotion directly into professional action. The host is deteriorating. The contact with the soul fragment over a sustained period has, I see it, Pomfrey said. She knelt beside Quirrell, and her diagnostic wand was already moving. Harry stepped back, giving her the room she needed. McGonagall guided him toward the door with one hand briefly on his back. Out, she said. You've done what was needed. Now out. He went. Hermione was in the logic puzzle room, where he'd left her. She hadn't stayed there, he realized. She'd come forward to the chess room door and was waiting at it, and when he came through she looked at him with her whole face. All right, she said. Fine, he said. The mirror's intact. The stone is inside it. Quirrell is down. And the other thing? She meant the thing behind Quirrell. Disrupted. Not gone. Harry leaned against the chess room wall and breathed properly for the first time in about 15 minutes. It'll take more than one vial for that. But not today. Not today, she agreed, and leaned against the wall beside him, and they stood in the chess room with its enormous, still pieces around them and waited for the adults to finish their work, which was exactly the right thing to do. It was late afternoon by the time they emerged from the third-floor corridor. The castle had been quietly locked down around the situation, students guided to their common rooms by prefects, and the corridors were unusually empty in a way that confirmed everyone with authority was handling this with maximum discretion. Ron was where Harry had left him, with Flitwick at the third-floor door, and when he saw Harry he did the thing of running through approximately 6 different emotional reactions in about 2 seconds and landing on punching Harry firmly on the shoulder. Right, Ron said. Good. Glad you're not dead. That was terrible. I was fine, Harry said. You were in a room with Voldemort. A very disrupted, significantly reduced version of Voldemort, Harry said. In a body that couldn't move effectively and couldn't get to the stone and had just been hit by Snape's deterrent compound. Still, Ron said. Still, Harry conceded. They sat on the third-floor steps while the castle reorganized itself around the evening, and nobody asked them to move, which Harry interpreted as implicit permission to decompress where they were. The sunset was doing its September best through the corridor windows, all orange and rust and the specific deep blue that follows it, and the castle settled into its after-crisis quiet around them. What happens next? Ron said. Quirrell goes to St. Mungo's, Harry said. The Wizengamot is going to have a very busy few months. The stone gets moved somewhere safer, probably. This was a reasonable set of protections but Dumbledore designed them, which means they were designed with his usual framework of calculated risk. He paused. And Snape's base preparation keeps running. The Horcrux thing, Ron said. He was quiet for a moment. When that's done, when it's gone, does that change things? For Voldemort? It removes one anchor, Harry said. He has others. But it changes the equation. He looked at the sunset. It changes my equation specifically. Because you don't have to die, Hermione said. Because the plan that required it is obsolete, Harry said. Which means there's a different plan to make. A better one. He paused. We have time. More time than we were supposed to have. They sat with that for a moment, the weight of it, the specific strange gift of a future that hadn't been promised. I'm going to be significantly better at chess by the time you need another plan, Ron said, with the particular conviction of someone who had looked at an enormous enchanted board and found his direction. Just so you know. I know, Harry said. And I'll have the legal precedent file complete by end of term, Hermione said, in a tone that made it clear this was not a question. I know that too, Harry said. Down below, in the dungeons, a potion simmered on a low flame with months of careful work still ahead of it. In a room at St. Mungo's, Quirinus Quirrell slept under a diagnostic charm that Pomfrey had set with the focused fury of someone making very sure every consequence was documented. In a file marked for Wizengamot inquiry, 38 documented acts sat waiting to be read by people with the authority to act on them. And in the headmaster's office, a man who was very good at chess looked at a board that had changed in ways he hadn't designed, and the portraits around him did not offer comfort because they had learned, over the years, that he preferred to be alone when he was thinking. Harry put his head back against the wall and watched the last of the sunset move across the corridor stones. The scar didn't hurt. It hadn't hurt all day. He thought about the mirror. The warm room. The chosen life. Not yet, he told it. But closer. Chapter 6, a new arrangement. The Wisengamot hearing was set for the 14th of November, which gave everyone 46 days. Harry knew this because McGonagall told him on a Monday morning, 2 weeks after the third floor, sitting in the records room with the door open between it and her office and 3 fresh cups of tea on the table that she'd produced without asking whether he wanted one, which he'd come to understand was her version of saying this matters and I want you to be comfortable for it. 46 days, she said. The formal notification came this morning. The inquiry will be heard in full session, not a subcommittee, the full Wisengamot. 52 witches and wizards. Amelia Bones presiding. She looked at him. The weight of that is deliberate. Bones argued successfully that the scope of what the hat transmitted, 38 acts, across 11 years, involving a minor, involving a Horcrux, involving the structural integrity of Hogwarts administrative authority, required full session consideration rather than a panel. Dumbledore's legal team will argue it's disproportionate, Harry said. They already have. Bones rejected the argument on the grounds that the documentation is comprehensive and the public interest is significant. She folded her hands. He has filed a countermotion requesting postponement pending a comprehensive internal character review, essentially, a motion to allow his colleagues and supporters to testify on his behalf before the formal inquiry proceeds. Which would take how long? Long enough to change the composition of the Wisengamot panel before November, she said. There's an appointment cycle in December. 2 new seats. If he can influence those appointments, he delays until December, Harry said, and gambles on better numbers in the new composition. Yes. Has Bones ruled on the postponement motion? She rules this Thursday. McGonagall met his eyes. The outcome is not certain. The motion is procedurally valid. She may feel obligated to allow it. Harry looked at the 3 files on the table, the correspondence, the Gringotts audit, the legal summary. They'd been his reference points since the beginning. He knew every item in them by now. If she allows the postponement, the timeline shifts to the new year, he said. Which means Dumbledore has 3 months to work the room. Yes. And his network is more effective over 3 months than over 46 days. Significantly. Harry was quiet for a moment. He looked at the files. He thought about the mirror, the warm room, the chosen life. He thought about the 46 days and what they represented, not just a hearing, but the specific window in which the evidence was fresh, the board referral was recent, Quirrell's containment was documented, Pomfrey's assessment was recent. Every day the window stayed open, the evidence stayed vivid. Every day it didn't move forward, things had time to become settled, contextualized, managed. I can give a statement, Harry said. McGonagall looked at him. You're a first-year student. The standard inquiry process doesn't, the standard process is for standard situations, Harry said. Bones argued that this required a full session because of the scope. The same argument that makes it full session is the argument that makes a direct statement from irrelevant. He held her gaze. I'm not a bystander to this. I'm the subject of 38 documented acts. If I request to submit a statement directly to Bones, supporting the case against postponement, not testimony, not evidence, just a statement from the person this concerns most, does she have to consider it? McGonagall was quiet for a full 10 seconds. Yes, she said. Under Section 44 of Wisengamot procedural rules, any individual designated as a primary subject of an active inquiry has the right to submit an unsolicited statement to the presiding officer. It cannot be rejected on procedural grounds. She looked at him with the specific expression of someone who has just been shown a door they hadn't seen. It can, however, be disregarded at the presiding officer's discretion. Bones won't disregard it, Harry said. She's evidence-driven and she respects a well-made argument. If the statement is good, then it becomes part of her consideration, McGonagall finished. She reached for her quill. I'll find you the form this afternoon. Section 44 has a specific submission format. I'll need help with the legal language, Harry said. Hermione's better at precision writing than I am. Of course she is, McGonagall said, in a tone that managed to be both dry and fond. I'll provide the template. Harry stood. One more thing. Yes. The character review motion, the one asking for colleagues to testify on his behalf. Even if Bones denies the postponement, those testimonials will still be collected and submitted as supporting context. Some of the people who'll testify for him are people who genuinely love him. He paused. I don't want this to be about destroying someone. I want it to be about establishing the right structure. The argument isn't that Dumbledore is evil. It's that no single person should have had the authority to make these decisions unilaterally, regardless of their intentions. McGonagall looked at him for a long moment. Something moved in her face, something that was not quite grief and not quite pride but lived in the territory between them. That is, she said quietly, the correct argument. And the more difficult one. I know, Harry said. But it's the one that matters past this specific case. She nodded slowly. It is. He went to class. Hermione had the statement drafted by Wednesday evening. She'd worked on it for 2 days with the same focused intensity she brought to everything that mattered to her, cross-referencing the Section 44 format requirements with the legal summary from Bones' office, checking the precedent file, and producing something that was precise and structured and completely free of sentiment, which was exactly right, Harry thought, for this specific document. He read it in the common room after dinner, sitting by the fire with Ron attempting to teach Neville the basics of chess theory at the table behind him, and he read it twice and then made 7 small changes and read it a 3rd time. It said what it needed to say. It made the structural argument, authority, consent, jurisdiction, without performing victimhood or demanding sympathy. It cited the Gringotts audit by number. It cited Pomfrey's assessment by filing reference. It cited the hat's transmission and the explanation Harry had given Bones about why it had occurred when it had, the Horcrux amplification, the hat responding to truth it was built to find. And at the end, in the final paragraph, it said, the purpose of this statement is not to determine the character of a man. It is to establish, clearly and on record, that the authority to make life-determining decisions for another person does not arise from good intentions. It arises from consent, from legal designation, from transparent process. None of those conditions were met. The inquiry is therefore not about whether the acts were well-intentioned. It is about whether the authority to perform them ever existed at all. He looked at Hermione. This is very good. The last paragraph is yours, she said. I used your exact words from what you said to McGonagall. He hadn't known she'd been there for that. But Hermione was often somewhere for things, quietly, listening, not intrusively, but with the permanent attentiveness of someone who understood that information was the most important thing you could collect. Did I say that exactly? He said. Almost exactly. I cleaned the grammar. Thank you, he said, meaning the whole thing. Submit it tomorrow, she said. Before noon. If Bones is deciding on the postponement Thursday, she needs it in her hands Wednesday night. I know. He folded the statement. You looked up the submission timing. Of course I did. You also looked up what happens if Bones denies the postponement and the inquiry proceeds on schedule, he said, because he knew her and she always read ahead. The hearing is 12 days of formal proceedings, she said, pulling out her notes. Days 1 through 4 are evidence presentation. Days 5 and 6 are witness examination. Days 7 through 9 are the subject's response, that's Dumbledore's team presenting his countercase. Days 10 and 11 are deliberation. Day 12 is the verdict and recommendation. She looked up. You testify on day 6. As primary subject. In the Wisengamot chamber, Harry said. In the Wisengamot chamber, in front of 52 members, on day 6 of the 14th of November inquiry. She held his gaze. I've been reading about how it works. What they'll ask. What will they ask? They'll want to confirm the documentary evidence against your personal recollection. They'll ask about the Horcrux, specifically, whether you were aware of it prior to the sorting, and what your understanding of its implications is. They'll ask about your life at the Dursleys, specific instances, specific dates if possible. And they'll ask, she paused. They'll ask what you want. The Wisengamot has the authority to recommend remedies, not just findings. They need to know what remedy you're asking for. What I want, Harry said. Yes. He sat with that for a moment. Ron had apparently explained Sicilian defense to Neville, and Neville had responded with a move that seemed to surprise Ron considerably, and the two of them were now bent over the board in concentrated silence. Structural change, Harry said. Not punishment. I want the authority framework at Hogwarts to be transparent, trustees designated by the student themselves, or by a recognized legal representative, not by the headmaster unilaterally. I want the Board of Governors to have genuine oversight rather than ceremonial oversight. I want the financial restitution for what was taken from the estate. He paused. And I want the Horcrux removal to be supported. Resources, research access, medical oversight. Snape's work is solid, but it needs to be officially sanctioned, because right now he's working without institutional backing. That last part, Hermione said. The Horcrux removal, that requires the Wisengamot to acknowledge the Horcrux exists. They'll have to, Harry said. It's in the Hat's transmission. It's in Pomfrey's assessment. He looked at her. It's real, Hermione. It needs to be treated like it's real by people with actual authority. It will be, she said. Once they see the evidence. A pause. Are you nervous about testifying? He thought about it honestly. Not nervous, he said. Careful. There's a difference. Nervous assumes the outcome is out of your control. Careful is managing the variables you can manage. Hermione looked at him with the look she sometimes got, the look of someone who found him genuinely surprising and was no longer trying to hide that they found him surprising. I'll help you prepare, she said. For what they'll ask. I know you will, he said. Ron wants to help too, she said. He said so. In those exact words, which means he thought about saying them, which for Ron, I know, Harry said, and smiled. Bones denied the postponement on Thursday. The notice came through McGonagall by mid-morning, a single, precise paragraph that declined the motion on the grounds that the public interest in timely resolution of matters concerning the welfare of a minor outweighs the procedural convenience of extended pre-hearing preparation, and that the existing documentation is sufficient to proceed without further delay. McGonagall read it to Harry in her office with the controlled satisfaction of someone who had been hoping for exactly this and was not going to perform surprise. She also handed him a separate note, this one handwritten, in a compact and confident hand he didn't recognize. Mr. Potter, your statement was received and read in its entirety. I note, as a matter of record, that it was the clearest and most well-structured submission I have received from a first-year student in 30 years of Wisengamot work, which is either a testament to your intelligence or your friend's assistance, and is almost certainly both. The November timeline stands. A. Bones. Harry read it twice, folded it, put it in the inside pocket of his robes where he kept things that mattered. She responded personally, he said. She does that, apparently, McGonagall said. For things that warrant it. That afternoon, Dumbledore appeared in the corridor outside Transfiguration. He was waiting when the class ended, standing in the corridor with his hands clasped, his robes immaculate, his expression the one he'd been maintaining since the board meeting, undisturbed, gracious, carrying the weight of his situation with the specific equanimity of someone who had decided not to allow it to be visible as a burden. Students filed past him with the particular energy of people trying to look like they weren't looking at something. He waited until the corridor had cleared to speak. "Harry," he said. "Headmaster," Harry said. He stopped, because leaving without acknowledgement would have been deliberately rude, and that wasn't his intention. "I want you to know," Dumbledore said, "that I hold no resentment toward you for what has transpired. None whatsoever." His voice was warm and careful and absolute genuine. "I believe you have acted from honest principle, which I have always respected, even when I have disagreed with its application." "Thank you," Harry said. "I also want you to understand, and I ask only that you consider this, not that you agree, that the decisions I made were made in the service of something larger than any one life. Including my own." His eyes, behind the half-moon spectacles, were very clear and very steady. "The threat that Voldemort represents is not theoretical. It is not a matter of legal argument. It is a force that has killed and will kill again, and the question of how to manage that force is one I have lived with for 50 years. "I understand that," Harry said. "I've never disagreed with you about the threat." "Then you understand that some decisions—" "No," Harry said, and his voice was perfectly even. "Understanding the threat isn't the same as agreeing that you had the authority to decide what I would sacrifice for it. Those are different questions." He met the half-moon spectacles without looking away. "I've never doubted that you believe you were right. That's actually the core of what the inquiry is about. Not whether your intentions were good. Whether your authority was legitimate." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Something moved behind his eyes, not anger, not the cold calculation Harry had expected. Something more complicated. The expression of a man who is hearing, for the first time, an argument he has genuinely not considered. "You are 11 years old," he said. Not condescendingly. Almost with wonder. "Yes," Harry said. "I grew up in a cupboard." "You develop perspective." He walked past the headmaster, and this time, when he reached the end of the corridor, he heard footsteps resume behind him, not following, just Dumbledore walking his own way, and the footsteps sounded, for the first time since Harry had been aware of them, like they belonged to a man carrying something rather than a man who carried nothing. Harry thought that might be the beginning of something. He wasn't sure what. But he filed it away. The weeks between Thursday and November moved with the particular velocity of time that is full. Not fast, full. Every day had substance, had texture, had the specific weight of things being built. Snape's base preparation entered its second phase at the end of October. He announced this to Harry in his lab on a Sunday morning with the tone of a man reporting a technical update, which it was, but which also wasn't, because a second phase meant the base was holding and the theoretical model was working and the timeline was real. 6 weeks to the first viable test on a non-living equivalent, Snape said. "If the test holds, the human equivalent trials," Harry said. "Months after. Perhaps 4. Perhaps 5. Snape looked at him. "This is not a fast process." "I know," Harry said. "I'm in no hurry to be cut open." "You won't be cut." Snape stopped, apparently parsing whether that was a joke. He seemed to decide it was and moved on. "The reinforcement compound is the critical element. The soul fragment needs to be entirely bordered by an artificial membrane before the extraction process begins, or, the boundary collapses and we lose both the fragment and the protection," Harry said. "I've read the notes." "You've read my private research notes?" "You left them on the bench," Harry said. Snape looked at the bench. The notes were, in fact, on the bench. He looked back at Harry with an expression that was going to become familiar over the coming months, the expression of a man who had been very specific about don't touch anything and was realizing that don't touch and don't read were apparently two different instructions. "My handwriting is complex," Snape said. "I can read complex handwriting," Harry said. "I found chapter 3 the most interesting. The Lily Potter signature analysis." Snape went very still. Harry had not said it to provoke him. He'd said it because it was true and because Snape, who responded to directness better than to anything else, deserved directness. The analysis is extraordinary, Harry said, and his voice was straight and clear. The way you've mapped the magical signature, the specific properties of the sacrifice, how the membrane she created uses her own magical identity as the barrier material. He paused. It's her. In the most literal sense, it's her. She's still in there. Snape's jaw was very tight. He looked at the bench instead of Harry. Yes, he said. She was good at this, Harry said. From what I've been able to understand. She was, Snape said. She was, he stopped. Started again. She would have been exceptional. She was exceptional. What she built in that moment, with no preparation, under the circumstances, he stopped again, and this time didn't restart, and Harry let the silence be what it was. After a moment, Snape picked up his pestle. Go do your homework, he said. It sounded different than it usually did when he said it. I've done it, Harry said. But I'll go. He left Snape in the lab with the low heat of the preparation and the handwritten notes and whatever he did with the silence when Harry wasn't there, and he thought that grief didn't need comfort so much as it needed room, and the best thing he could do for Snape was give him room and come back. November arrived. The castle went into its winter mode, fires built higher, the enchanted ceiling bleeding proper November grey, the smell of wood smoke threading through the corridors from early morning. Harry had been at Hogwarts for exactly 2 months, which felt like considerably longer, not because it had been hard but because it had been dense. Every day had contained more than most days in his previous life. He was better at charms than he had any right to be at 2 months in, which Flitwick seemed to consider personally vindicating. He was competent at transfiguration, methodical, not brilliant, but reliable, which McGonagall apparently found more satisfying than raw talent that didn't do the work. Potions was the surprise. The structural grammar of potion-making was, as Snape had designed it, a logic system, and Harry was very good at logic systems, and his potions were consistently correct in a way that Snape critiqued with the specific precision of someone who expected more than correct. He was learning. Not just the curriculum, the world. He'd been reading his way through the library with the focused urgency of someone making up for 11 years, and Flitwick's supplementary sessions had given him the theoretical framework to understand what he read. He knew now what he hadn't known in September, the shape of the magical world, its history, its politics, its power structures. He could feel the grammar of spells as he cast them. He understood why certain things worked and could extend those principles into new applications. He was becoming, in short, exactly what Dumbledore's plan had been designed to prevent him from becoming. He thought that was poetic, in its way. The hearing was 14 days away when Dumbledore requested a second conversation. Not a corridor encounter this time. A formal request, through McGonagall, for a meeting with Harry present and McGonagall herself as the designated faculty representative. A request that was, Harry noted, correctly formatted under Section 12 of the Student Charter. He and McGonagall discussed it in her office on a Thursday evening. He's entitled to the meeting, McGonagall said. He's formatted the request correctly. Refusing it without cause creates a procedural complication. I know, Harry said. I'll go. She looked at him. You're not concerned. I'm interested, he said. He's been thinking for 2 months. He's had the board referral, the Bones decision, the postponement denial. He has a legal team that's told him the case is strong against him. He's watched me, from a distance, and he's had to update his model repeatedly. Harry looked at the window, the grey November sky beyond it. I want to know what he's concluded. He may try to offer a private arrangement. Settle before the hearing. He might, Harry said. We'll see what he offers. The meeting was the next afternoon. Dumbledore's office was everything the rumors had suggested, the portraits, the silver instruments, the sorting hat on its shelf. Harry had expected to feel something walking into it, significance, or unease, or the specific weight of a place that had made decisions about his life. He felt instead that he was in a room, occupied by a man, and that the instruments and portraits were details, and that details were interesting but not intimidating. He sat across from Dumbledore at the desk. McGonagall sat to his left, upright and precise, her hands folded. Dumbledore sat at the desk with his own hands folded, and for a moment the three of them simply occupied the space. "Thank you for coming," Dumbledore said. "Of course," Harry said. A pause. Dumbledore looked at him with the clear, steady blue eyes. Not calculating this time, or not only calculating. Something else in them. Something that had been forming, Harry suspected, across 2 months of updated models. "I have spent a considerable amount of time," Dumbledore said slowly, "thinking about what you said in the corridor. About authority and consent." He unfolded his hands, folded them differently. "I want you to know that I have heard it. Fully." "All right," Harry said. "I am not going to tell you that I believe my decisions were wrong," Dumbledore said. "Because I don't believe that. I believe the threat I was managing was real and that the measures I took were proportionate to it." He paused. "But I have had to confront, and this has been genuinely difficult, the possibility that my certainty about the necessity of those measures was itself a form of error." He looked at Harry. "Certainty that forecloses the consideration of other paths is not wisdom. It is stubbornness with a philosophical framework." Harry was quiet for a moment. "That's a significant thing to admit." "It is one of the more difficult things I have said in 70 years, Dumbledore said. "I do not say it as a negotiating position or as a strategy to influence the hearing. I say it because I think you deserve to hear it, and because I genuinely think, that if I had listened to the right questions earlier, some of what is in those 38 documents would not exist." McGonagall made a sound that was not quite anything, not agreement, not dissent. Just the small audible mark of someone processing something. "The hearing proceeds regardless," Harry said. "This isn't a conversation about whether I withdraw the inquiry. I won't." "I know," Dumbledore said. "I'm not asking you to." Harry looked at him. "Then what are you asking?" Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. His hands unfolded and lay flat on the desk, and the gesture had nothing performing about it, just a man putting his hands flat as if to say, nothing hidden. "I am asking whether you believe it is possible," he said, "for someone who has made significant errors, who has caused genuine harm, to also have done genuine good. Not as a defense. Not as a trade-off. But as a complete picture." Harry sat with the question. He thought about 40 years of Dumbledore's work. The resistance against Grindelwald. The construction of a school that had housed and taught thousands of students. The genuine love, however distorted by strategy, that he had for the people around him. The real, documented, undeniable fact that the wizarding world was safer for his existence in it. And the 38 acts. And the cupboard. And the plan built around Harry's death. "Yes," Harry said. "I believe that's possible. For anyone." Dumbledore absorbed this. "Including me." "Yes," Harry said. "Including you." He held the blue eyes. "That's not a reason to stop the inquiry. The inquiry isn't about whether you've done good. It's about whether the authority structure that allowed you to do harm needs to change. Those are separate questions. The inquiry answers the second one. Your good work is a different accounting." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. The silver instruments did their small, complex things on their shelves. The portraits watched, or appeared to. "You would have been a remarkable student regardless," Dumbledore said. "I hope you know that." He paused. "I designed an environment that I believed would preserve a certain quality. A willingness to sacrifice. I did not anticipate that the same environment might produce instead something considerably more formidable." "A compressed spring," Harry said. "You hold it down long enough and it stores energy." The corner of Dumbledore's mouth moved. Barely. But it moved. An apt metaphor. It's from a Muggle physics book, Harry said. The Dursleys had a library of old textbooks in the cupboard under the stairs. Above where I slept. He kept his voice even. I read them all. The small movement at Dumbledore's mouth disappeared. What replaced it was something that didn't have a clean name, the specific expression of someone confronting the precise human cost of their abstractions. Not guilt, exactly. More devastating than guilt. Recognition. I see, Dumbledore said. Good, Harry said. Not harshly. Evenly. Precisely. Then we understand each other. He stood. McGonagall rose with him. I'll see you at the inquiry, headmaster, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. You will. The 1st of November was a Sunday, and Harry spent it with Ron and Hermione and Neville by the lake. Not studying. Not strategizing. Not reading legal precedents or potion theory or magical law. Sitting by the lake in the November cold with their robes pulled close and the giant squid doing its occasional surface appearances in the grey water, talking about nothing in particular, Ron's theory about the Chudley Cannon's tactical failings, Hermione's discovery of a book in the library that described a charm she'd never encountered before, Neville's growing suspicion that his herbology essays were being marked by different standards than everyone else's. Harry fed a piece of his sandwich to a very bold duck that had materialized at his elbow and listened to all of it, and talked where he had something to contribute, and was quiet where he didn't, and the lake stretched out silver-grey before them and the castle rose at their backs, vast and permanent, full of life. What's it like? Neville said at one point, looking at Harry. Knowing, all of it. Everything you know. Which part? Harry said. Neville thought. The part where you know what's going to happen. The inquiry, the Horcrux, all of it. You've got the picture and the rest of us are just, he gestured vaguely. Present. Harry thought about that honestly. Lonely, sometimes, he said. In September. Before I knew who was on my side. He looked at the three of them. Less now. We're on your side, Ron said, in the direct, simple way that was just Ron. I know, Harry said. That's why it's less. The duck made a grab for Ron's sandwich, which caused a minor fracas that ended with Hermione casting a mild deterrent charm, Ron arguing that the duck had initiative and should be respected for it, and Neville laughing with the open, unguarded laugh of someone who'd been doing it more frequently over the past 2 months and had started to sound like himself when he did. Harry watched them, and he felt it, the warm room from the mirror. Not the location, not the specific details. Just the quality of it. The chosenness of it. There it is, he thought. Not later. Now. The day before the hearing, Harry asked McGonagall one question. They were in her office, going over the testimony preparation for the last time, and he'd been listening and preparing and making notes, and she was thorough and specific and had prepared him as well as anyone could be prepared, and when she finished he closed his notebook and looked at her. What happens if it doesn't go the way we've built it, he said. If the Wisengamot hears everything and decides that the greater good argument justifies what was done. McGonagall looked at him steadily. Then we appeal, she said. There are 3 levels of appeal available. The documentation doesn't change. The evidence doesn't change. She paused. And I continue doing what I've been doing since the morning after your sorting. Every day, regardless of outcome. Why? Harry said. Not testing her. Genuinely asking. She looked at him for a long moment. Because you asked me if I was all right, she said. On the night of the sorting, in the common room. 2 o'clock in the morning, and you were 11 years old and you just had your entire life laid open in front of a room full of people, and you asked me if I was all right. Her voice was perfectly steady and carried something underneath it that was old and genuine. Nobody had asked me that in a very long time. And it occurred to me that you had spent 11 years surrounded by people who should have been asking that question about you, and nobody had. She held his gaze. So. Harry was quiet. I am a better educator when I remember that students are people first, she said, returning to the crisp tone that was her default. You reminded me of that. Quite efficiently. You reminded me that adults could be trusted, Harry said. I didn't have a lot of evidence for that before. She made the small not quite sound again. Mutual, then, she said. Now. Tomorrow. The chamber. Tomorrow, he said. The Wisengamot chamber was larger than the ministry atrium and older than anything Harry had seen, which was saying something given that he'd been living in a 900-year-old castle for 2 months. The stone walls held the specific quality of places that had witnessed significant things, not magic, exactly, but the weight of decisions, the accumulated mass of 52 people in robes making judgments about the shape of the world. Harry arrived with McGonagall at his left and Flitwick at his right, which was the arrangement McGonagall had decided on and which Harry thought was precisely correct, the two people whose judgment he trusted most, standing exactly where they could be seen by anyone looking at him. He was dressed correctly, robes that fitted, school uniform underneath, nothing performative but nothing careless. Hermione had checked his collar that morning with the focused attention of someone who understood that details mattered in formal settings, and Ron had said you look fine, stop fussing, Hermione in a way that constituted moral support. Dumbledore was already in the chamber, seated with his legal team on the respondent's side, dressed in deep purple with silver trim. He looked up when Harry entered and their eyes met for a moment across the chamber floor. Harry nodded once. Dumbledore inclined his head. Gracious, as always. And underneath the graciousness, the specific expression of someone who had updated their model sufficiently to recognize that the person across the chamber floor was formidable. Harry found his seat and opened his notebook. Amelia Bones entered from the presiding officer's door, and the chamber rose, and the hearing began. Day 6 arrived like all 6th days do, after the wait of the first 5, with the specific quality of something that has been building and has now arrived. Harry walked to the testimony chair in the center of the chamber floor, sat down, and looked at 52 witches and wizards looking back at him. He was 11 years old and he had a piece of Voldemort's soul behind his scar and 38 documented acts in 3 files and the memory of a cupboard and the memory of a warm room in a mirror, and he had 2 months of the most dense, real, chosen experience of his life. Bones looked at him from the presiding bench. Mr. Potter. You are here to give testimony as primary subject of inquiry. Do you understand that your testimony will be entered into the formal record? Yes, he said. You may begin. Harry opened his notebook. He looked at his notes for exactly 3 seconds. Then he closed the notebook and set it on the arm of the chair and looked at the chamber and spoke. He spoke for 40 minutes. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't perform emotion or suppress it. He spoke with the precision of someone who had been thinking carefully for 2 months about exactly this, about what the 38 acts meant in structural terms, about what authority meant and where it came from, about the difference between protection and ownership, between wisdom and certainty. He cited the documents by reference number. He described specific incidents in the specific terms Pomfrey had taught him, documented, dated, verifiable. He explained the Horcrux, the membrane, the extraction research, the fact that the future Dumbledore had planned for him was not the only future available. And at the end, he said, I don't want Albus Dumbledore destroyed. I don't want him punished in a way that satisfies anger rather than preventing future harm. What I want is a structure, a real, legally backed, transparently governed structure, in which no single person can make these decisions for a child again. Not him. Not anyone. That structure is what this inquiry is being asked to build. And I think it can. Silence in the chamber. Bones looked at him for a long moment. Then she said, Thank you, Mr. Potter. Harry picked up his notebook and walked back to his seat. McGonagall was absolutely still. Her jaw was set and her eyes were very bright and her hands were folded on her knees with the precise control of someone who was choosing that particular moment to be composed. Flitwick put his hand briefly on Harry's arm and said nothing, which was entirely sufficient. Harry sat down and looked at the chamber and thought, the board is moving. All of it, still, in all directions. But the direction is different now. The verdict came on November 26. 41-11 in favor of the inquiry's findings. The Wisingamat held that the 38 documented acts represented an unauthorized exercise of authority over a minor. That the financial misappropriation was real and constituted theft from the Potter estate. That the structural conditions at Hogwarts that had permitted unilateral decision-making by a single officer required immediate reform. The remedies were specific and binding. A properly designated legal trustee for Harry, appointed by him, with Gringotts as independent oversight. A governance review of the Board of Governors that required external audit every 5 years. Formal recognition of Snape's extraction research as an officially sanctioned and ministry-funded project. Full financial restitution from the Potter estate, with interest. And a formal letter, entered into the public record, requiring Dumbledore to operate within the explicitly defined limits of his chartered authority as headmaster of Hogwarts, subject to annual independent review. Dumbledore accepted it. Not with warmth, and not with collapse. He stood when the verdict was read, and he accepted it with the specific dignity of a man who had done this long enough to understand that some decisions, once made by the appropriate body, were simply the new shape of the world. Harry, watching from the visitors' gallery where he and McGonagall and Flitwick sat, thought that this was complicated. Not satisfying in the clean way of stories. But real, which was better than clean. On the way out of the chamber, Bones stopped him briefly in the corridor. "Well done," she said. "All of it." "Thank you for the personal note," Harry said. After the Section 44 submission. "It was warranted," she said. "I don't write notes that aren't warranted." She looked at him. "The structural remedies, the governance review, the trustee framework, those will outlast this specific case. You argued for them when you didn't have to. You could have argued for personal remedy only." "Personal remedy only solves the problem for me," Harry said. "It doesn't solve the problem." Bones looked at him with the expression she had when he said something that landed. "No," she said. "It doesn't." She moved on, and Harry and McGonagall walked out of the ministry into the grey November afternoon, and the street was ordinary and London was ordinary, and people walked past without knowing what had happened in the chamber below them. "It's not over," Harry said. "Voldemort." "No," McGonagall said. "The extraction research. Snape's work. Continuing. Officially now. And Dumbledore. Still headmaster. Within limits." She looked at him. "The limits are real." "I know." Harry walked beside her and looked at the November street and thought about the shape of the world. "The inquiry built a structure," he said. "That's what I wanted. The rest is, everything that comes after." "Quite a lot comes after," McGonagall said. "I know." He looked at her. "Are you ready for it?" She made the small almost sound that was her closest equivalent to a smile. "I've been ready since 2 in the morning on the 1st of September, she said. "When a boy who should have been asleep asked me if I was all right." "I asked because I wanted to know," Harry said. "I know," she said. That was the point. They walked back toward the ministry's flow network, and the street was ordinary, and the world was the world, and somewhere in the dungeons of Hogwarts a potion simmered toward its final stages on a low, patient flame, and behind a scar on a boy's forehead a piece of someone else's soul pressed against a boundary that held because his mother had built it the night she died, and it was built to hold, and the boundary was real, and the research was real, and the future was not the one that had been planned. It was something else. Something that hadn't been named yet. Harry thought that was probably the best kind. A week later, on a Tuesday morning that was cold and clear, Harry received 2 pieces of post. The first was from Gringotts. The newly appointed legal trustee, a goblin named Ragnok who had been the senior auditor on the estate review and whom Harry had met once and found to be ferociously competent, had completed the formal transfer of account authority. The trust vault, the investment holdings, the properties portfolio, all under Harry's authority, administered transparently, with quarterly statements to both Harry and Ragnar independently. He was, for the first time, in control of his own financial situation. He read the letter twice, quietly, and folded it away. The second piece of post was a small parcel, no note, wrapped in plain brown paper and tied with practical string. He unwrapped it at the breakfast table while Ron watched with barely concealed curiosity. Inside was a small glass bottle, empty, clean, sealed with a plain stopper, and a folded card. The card had 3 words on it, in Snape's complex, precise handwriting: vessel. For later. Harry looked at the empty bottle. He understood immediately, a vessel for the soul fragment, when the extraction was ready. A placeholder for the future work. Snape telling him, in the least sentimental way possible, that the research was on track. Harry set the bottle carefully in the inside pocket of his robes, where he kept things that mattered. "What is it?" Ron said. "A promise," Harry said. Ron looked at the empty bottle. "It's empty." "Most promises are, until you fill them," Harry said. Ron considered this. "That's either very wise or not that meaningful, and you just said it confidently." "Maybe both," Harry said. He ate his breakfast. The great hall was loud and warm around him, and Hermione was describing, at some length, a modification to the way she'd organized her defense notes, and Neville was listening with genuine interest while his remembrall glowed a steady, calm green, and outside the windows the November morning was cold and bright and full of the particular quality of a morning that has nothing wrong in it. The scar didn't hurt. The bottle was in his pocket. The board was in play. He was ready.